It did not look like a breakthrough when it began. It looked like exhaustion pressed against impatience. For weeks after the Normandy landings, the war in France refused to move. Fields were boxed in by hedgerows that swallowed tanks whole. Villages became fortresses. Every advance cost more than it seemed worth, and every mile forward felt borrowed rather than earned. The Allied army had landed successfully, but it had not yet escaped. Momentum was trapped in green walls and narrow lanes, bleeding time and men, while the larger purpose waited just beyond reach. Avranches was the hinge. South of the hedgerows, the land opened. Roads widened. Maneuver became possible again. Whoever broke through here would not just advance. They would change the shape of the war in Western Europe. And when that opening finally appeared, Patton was already moving toward it with an urgency that bordered on inevitability. Patton did not see Normandy as a place to be won slowly. He saw it as a problem that demanded release. When Operation Cobra shattered the German line west of St. Lo, the battlefield transformed almost overnight. What had been resistance became rupture. What had been containment became opportunity. Patton's Third Army, newly activated and held back until that moment, surged forward as if unchained. Columns rolled south and west, bypassing pockets of resistance rather than grinding against them. Avranches fell into this surge not as a dramatic prize, but as a gateway. Once secured, the constraint vanished. Armor flowed through the gap. Infantry followed at speed. Maps lost relevance as movement outpaced planning. The war stopped being a front and became a pursuit. And Patton's army excelled in exactly that kind of chaos. Orders were simple. Movement was constant. Hesitation was unacceptable. German forces struggled to respond. Units were still oriented north when the threat was already sweeping behind them. Defensive lines could not be formed fast enough to matter. What resistance remained was scattered, reactive, and increasingly irrelevant to the larger collapse unfolding. This was Patton at full expression. He drove his army not towards single objectives, but into space itself, exploiting freedom of movement before it could be denied again. Rivers were crossed on the fly. Towns were taken before defenses could harden. Enemy formations were not destroyed in place. They were dissolved through relentless pressure and speed. But the breakthrough carried its own dangers. Supply lines stretched dangerously thin. Fuel became more decisive than firepower. Units advanced faster than logistics could sustain, gambling that momentum itself would keep resistance fractured. Patton accepted that risk willingly. To him, stopping was more dangerous than running out. Avranches did not mark the end of fighting. It marked the end of confinement. From that moment on, the German army in France was no longer shaping events. It was reacting to them. The breakout at Avranches unlocked the drive across Brittany, the encirclement battles that followed, and the relentless push eastward that would carry the war to Germany's borders. What made Avranches decisive was not the town itself. It was what it allowed. It turned static battle into movement. It turned pressure into collapse. And it turned preparation into consequence. Patton's breakthrough at Avranches was not a single bold stroke. It was the release of everything that had been waiting to move. It showed how quickly a war could change once space replaced constraint, and how dangerous an army could become when speed aligned with opportunity. This is the story of Patton's breakthrough at Avranches. The moment the hedgerows let go, the front dissolved, and the war in France began to run. Before you continue, take a second to notice the rhythm of where you are. Is this moment rushed or unhurried? Are you listening while moving or while finally standing still? And what time has found you right now? Early, late, or somewhere in between? Avranches mattered because the war suddenly found room to breathe. Let this story unfold at the pace your own moment allows. Stockholm, Sweden, July 1912. The midday sun glared down on the Olympic Stadium as a 26-year-old American cavalry officer raised his pistol for the final event of the modern pentathlon. George Smith Patton, Jr. had already completed the swimming, fencing, equestrian, and cross-country running events with respectable finishes. Now, he aimed at distant targets, squeezed the trigger 5 times, and watched officials mark his shots. The judges debated whether 2 of his bullets had passed through holes already made by previous rounds, a controversy that would cost him the gold medal and leave him in 5th place. He walked off the field, convinced he'd been cheated, his jaw set in a grimace that would become familiar to thousands of soldiers 3 decades later. This was not a man who accepted defeat gracefully, not a man who forgot perceived injustices, and certainly not a man who believed in moving slowly when speed might secure victory. That Olympic disappointment became one thread in a tapestry of obsession Patton wove throughout his military career. He returned to the United States consumed with the idea that modern warfare would belong to those who moved fastest and struck hardest. While other officers studied defensive tactics and trench warfare in the aftermath of World War I, Patton fixated on tanks, mobility, and the kind of breakthrough operations that had proven so elusive in the blood-soaked stalemate of the Western Front. Between 1920 and 1939, he wrote dozens of theoretical papers arguing that armored vehicles could restore maneuver warfare to the battlefield. His colleagues thought him eccentric, perhaps even unbalanced in his enthusiasm for these slow, unreliable machines. They preferred horses, tradition, the familiar rhythms of cavalry charges that had served armies for millennia. Patton saw the future and grew increasingly frustrated that no one else seemed to share his vision. He studied Napoleon's campaigns with religious devotion, annotating passages about decisive movement and the concentration of force at critical points. Speed, he wrote to his wife Beatrice in letter after letter, was the very essence of war, but speed and controversy followed Patton in equal measure throughout the 1930s and into World War II. In 1932, he participated in the dispersal of the Bonus Army, veterans who had marched on Washington demanding early payment of service certificates. Patton commanded tanks during this operation, earning criticism for his aggressive tactics against fellow soldiers, however misguided their protest might have been. When he took command of 1st Armored Corps in 1941, his reputation for brutal training methods and willingness to accept high casualties during exercises preceded him. He drove his men relentlessly, believing that sweat in peacetime prevented blood in war. Officers who served under him described a commander who seemed to exist in a perpetual state of controlled fury. A man who had studied war so intensely for so many years that he appeared almost possessed by it. Some whispered that Patton believed he was the reincarnation of ancient warriors, that he had fought at Carthage and alongside Alexander the Great. He did nothing to discourage these rumors, sometimes fueling them with cryptic comments about battlefields he'd never physically visited, but claimed to remember. Then came Sicily in August 1943, and the incidents that nearly ended his career before the moment that would define it. During visits to field hospitals, Patton encountered soldiers suffering from what was then called battle fatigue or combat exhaustion, conditions we now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder. He slapped 2 soldiers on separate occasions, accusing them of cowardice, displaying a brutal contempt for psychological injury that reflected attitudes common in his generation, but completely unacceptable to modern sensibilities, and increasingly questioned even then. The incidents became public scandals when journalists learned of them. General Dwight Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander, faced enormous pressure to court-martial Patton, or at minimum relieve him of command. Patton wrote abject apologies, submitted to public humiliation, and for months afterward believed his military career had ended in disgrace. He spent the winter of 1943 and spring of 1944 in a kind of purgatory, technically still an officer, but without clear assignment, watching other generals plan the invasion of France while he stewed in enforced idleness. Yet by July 1944, that disgraced officer found himself in Normandy, preparing to take command of Third Army in what would become the most explosive and controversial phase of his career. The question that haunted Allied headquarters was whether Patton's undeniable tactical gifts outweighed his equally undeniable character flaws. General Omar Bradley, Patton's peer in Africa and now his superior in France, believed the answer was yes, that Patton's aggression and speed-obsessed philosophy made him uniquely valuable for the kind of breakthrough operation that might emerge from the grinding Normandy campaign. Bradley understood something crucial about Patton that critics often missed. The slapping incidents were not aberrations, they were extreme expressions of the same personality that drove Patton's tactical philosophy. He was a man incapable of accepting stalemate, inability to tolerate anything that slowed forward momentum, and that included soldiers whose minds had broken under unbearable stress. This was morally reprehensible, certainly, but it was also the psychological profile of someone who would never, under any circumstances, voluntarily halt in advance when continuation was remotely possible. Patton spent late July in a state of barely contained fury, reading and rereading Napoleon's campaigns, studying maps of Normandy and Brittany, and writing in his diary about the necessity of movement and the cowardice of commanders who hesitated at critical moments. He had written years earlier that all of the real warriors were dead, expressing his belief in reincarnation and suggesting that modern officers lacked the killer instinct of their ancient predecessors. Now he would have the opportunity to prove whether his theories about speed and mobile warfare could work in practice, or whether they were merely the fantasies of an aging cavalry officer who had never quite accepted that horses were obsolete. On the evening of July 31st, 1944, Patton arrived at Utah Beach in Normandy under conditions of strict secrecy. The Germans still believed his Third Army remained in England, part of an elaborate deception that had convinced them the Normandy landings were a diversion before the real invasion at Calais. Patton walked through the beachhead at night, disguised and anonymous, and returned to his concealed headquarters, convinced that the static warfare of Normandy was about to transform into something his colleagues couldn't yet imagine. Statistics would later reveal the scale of what Patton was preparing to unleash. Third Army would eventually move further, in less time than any comparable force in modern warfare, covering distances that exceeded even the German blitzkrieg advances of 1940. But in July 1944, all of that remained hypothetical, dependent on circumstances no one could predict. Patton's career hung by a thread, sustained only by Eisenhower's reluctant faith and Bradley's calculated gamble. The man who would soon exploit the breakthrough at Avranches was the same man who had nearly been court-martialed for slapping soldiers a year earlier. History often turns on such paradoxes, moments when the person uniquely suited to a particular challenge is also someone whose character flaws make them unsuitable for almost any other role. Patton was the paradox incarnate, a brilliant tactical mind wrapped in a personality so volatile that it endangered his career as often as it advanced it. The final element of Patton's character, essential to understanding what happened at Avranches, was his relationship with his wife Beatrice and the letters he wrote to her throughout his career. These letters reveal a man far more complex than his public persona suggested, capable of reflection and even doubt, though he would never show these qualities to his subordinates. He wrote to Beatrice about his fears that modern warfare had become too complex, too industrial to allow for the kind of individual brilliance that had characterized earlier eras. He worried that he had been born into the wrong century, that his skills and temperament belonged to Napoleon's age rather than the mechanized slaughter of the 20th century. These private doubts made his public aggressiveness even more striking. It's suggesting that Patton's famous confidence was at least partially a performance designed to hide deeper uncertainties. When he finally received orders to activate Third Army in early August, he wrote to Beatrice with barely contained exultation, as if he had been granted one last chance to prove that speed and audacity could still decide battles in an age of mass armies and industrial logistics. By the end of July 1944, George Patton stood poised for the opportunity that would either vindicate his theories or destroy what remained of his reputation. His entire career, from that Olympic disappointment in Stockholm 32 years earlier to the humiliating slapping incidents in Sicily, had led to this moment. He commanded an army of over 300,000 men, organized into divisions that waited in hidden assembly areas across Normandy. The vehicles were fueled, ammunition stocked, routes surveyed. Everything was ready. Only the circumstances necessary to unleash Third Army remained absent. Patton could not know that German high command was about to hand him exactly the opportunity he needed, that Hitler himself would issue orders that would expose German forces to the kind of encirclement Patton had studied in Napoleonic histories. The man before the moment was complete, his character forged, his theories formed, his army assembled. Now, history simply needed to provide the opening, and a controversial, obsessive, brilliant officer would either seize it or fail trying. The intersection of personality, preparation, and opportunity rarely aligns so perfectly as it did for George Patton in August 1944. Lesser commanders might have hesitated, might have preferred caution over aggression, might have listened to the voices counseling restraint. Patton's character flaws, the very traits that had nearly ended his career, meant he was constitutionally incapable of such hesitation. Whether this made him a genius or simply lucky remains debated by historians 8 decades later. What cannot be debated is that when the moment arrived, Patton was ready, and the consequences would reshape the entire campaign in Western Europe. The Olympic athlete who lost a medal due to disputed bullet holes, the theorist obsessed with speed and mobility, the disgraced general who slapped soldiers, and the husband who wrote doubtful letters to his wife. Yet all these versions of George Patton would merge into the commander who exploited the breakthrough at Avranches. The man before the moment was finally about to become the man of the moment, for better and worse. Rastenburg, East Prussia, August 2nd, 1944, mid-afternoon. Adolf Hitler stood before a large map of Normandy, his hands trembling slightly as he traced the American penetration south of the Cotentin Peninsula. The Wolf's Lair, his headquarters buried deep in the forests of East Prussia, felt oppressively close despite its massive concrete walls designed to withstand Allied bombing. Outside, temperatures climbed toward uncomfortable summer heat, but inside the map room, the atmosphere was ice cold with strategic calculation. That Hitler had spent the morning receiving reports of American forces breaking through German defensive lines at Avranches, a coastal town that until recently had seemed like just another French village of no particular significance. Now it represented something far more dangerous, a potential gateway through which American armor might pour into the interior of France. Hitler's solution was characteristically bold, characteristically risky, and characteristically disconnected from the deteriorating reality his armies faced. He would order a counterattack, a massive armored thrust westward toward Avranches that would cut off the American penetration, sever their supply lines, and perhaps even drive them back to the sea. The directive Hitler issued that afternoon called for Operation Ludisch, not named after the German word for the Belgian city of Liège, and it embodied the Führer's conviction that willpower and aggressive action could overcome material disadvantages. German forces would concentrate 7 of their 8 available panzer divisions in Normandy for a massive thrust westward toward the coast. The plan called for 2nd SS Panzer Corps, 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division, and other elite formations to smash through American positions and recapture Avranches, thereby trapping American forces that had advanced south and east of that crucial choke point. On paper, the concept had merit. If successful, the operation would isolate advanced American units from their supply bases, potentially creating an opportunity to destroy them piecemeal. As Hitler believed this bold stroke would demonstrate that Germany retained the offensive capability to shape the battle, that the Allies' material superiority could be negated by superior German fighting spirit and tactical skill. He was, as so often in the latter years of the war, confusing what he wanted to be true with what was actually possible given the forces and circumstances available. Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, commander of Army Group B in Normandy, received Hitler's directive with profound misgivings that he dared not express too openly. Von Kluge had replaced Field Marshal Erwin Rommel after Rommel was severely wounded in an Allied air attack in mid-July, and he understood the precarious situation German forces faced far better than the Führer, sitting 800 miles away in East Prussia. The German armies in Normandy were already stretched to breaking point, defending against British and Canadian pressure in the Caen sector, while simultaneously trying to contain American advances further west. Fuel shortages hampered every movement. Allied air superiority made daylight operations suicidal, and ammunition stocks were dwindling despite frantic resupply efforts. Von Kluge's staff officers prepared detailed assessments showing that a major offensive operation toward Avranches would expose German forces to exactly the kind of mobile envelopment that American armor specialized in. The attack would require concentrating forces and thereby weakening other parts of the line, would consume precious fuel and ammunition, and would expose valuable panzer divisions to Allied air attack as they moved into assault positions. Von Kluge read these assessments, understood their implications, and then issued orders to comply with Hitler's directive anyway, because refusing a direct order from the Führer was simply not an option. The German counterattack jumped off in the early morning hours of August 7, 1944, with initial success that briefly suggested Hitler's gamble might work. 2nd SS Panzer Corps, spearheaded by 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, and 2nd Panzer Division, crashed into American defensive positions near Mortain, a small town approximately 15 miles east of Avranches. German tanks advanced several miles in the first hours, overrunning American positions and creating genuine concern at Allied headquarters that the counterattack might actually sever the Avranches corridor. An American 30th Infantry Division, bearing the brunt of the assault, found itself fighting desperately to hold key terrain features. German commanders reported to von Kluge that the attack was proceeding according to plan, that American resistance, while fierce, could be overcome with sustained pressure. For approximately 24 hours, from the morning of August 7th through the morning of August 8th, the German counterattack represented a genuine threat to American operations. Allied commanders diverted air support to the Mortain sector, rushed reinforcements forward, and prepared contingency plans for what would happen if the Germans actually did reach Avranches. But by August 8th, reality was reasserting itself in ways that Hitler's directive had ignored. Allied air power, temporarily grounded by bad weather on August 7th, returned to the skies over Normandy with devastating effect. American and British fighter bombers, primarily Republic P-47 Thunderbolts and Hawker Typhoons, attacked German armored columns with rockets and bombs, destroying tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces faster than German forces could advance. The same concentration of forces that Hitler's plan required for offensive power made German units perfect targets for Allied aircraft. Von Kluge's fears about fuel shortages also materialized almost immediately. Panzer divisions that had begun the attack with barely 2 days' worth of fuel found themselves running critically low after less than 48 hours of combat. Any German units that had advanced several miles in the attack's first hours discovered they lacked the fuel to either continue forward or withdraw to more defensible positions. The attack stalled not because of overwhelming American ground resistance, though that certainly contributed, but because German forces simply could not sustain offensive operations against an enemy with complete air superiority and vastly superior logistics. The most consequential aspect of the Mortain counterattack wasn't its temporary success, but the strategic vulnerability it created. By concentrating 7 panzer divisions for the westward thrust toward Avranches, German high command had effectively created a massive salient pushing into Allied lines, with exposed flanks extending for miles. Allied intelligence, and aided by ultra-intercepts of German radio communications from Bletchley Park, understood German intentions almost as quickly as German field commanders received their orders. British and American planners realized that Hitler had handed them an extraordinary opportunity. Instead of defending desperately against the German counterattack, Allied forces could allow it to proceed into a trap, then strike at its flanks and rear, potentially encircling and destroying the bulk of German armored strength in Normandy. General Bernard Montgomery, commanding Allied ground forces in Normandy, saw the possibilities immediately and began issuing orders for British and Canadian forces to increase pressure from the north, while American forces, particularly Patton's newly activated Third Army, struck from the south and east. The trap that Hitler intended to spring on American forces was becoming a trap that would close on German armies instead. Von Kluge recognized the danger by August 10th, when it became undeniably clear that the Mortain counterattack had failed to achieve its objectives, and German forces were now dangerously exposed. He sent increasingly urgent messages to Hitler's headquarters requesting permission to withdraw panzer divisions from the failed offensive and establish more defensible positions. Hitler's responses grew more detached from reality with each passing day. The Führer insisted that the attack continue, that German forces mount a renewed offensive effort, that will and determination would overcome the tactical setbacks. Von Kluge found himself in an impossible position. Now, knowing that continuing the attack meant certain disaster, but unable to disobey direct orders from Germany's supreme commander. German divisional commanders, closer to the deteriorating situation, understood even more clearly than von Kluge how desperate things had become. Their after-action reports and radio communications, many of which were intercepted and decoded by Allied intelligence, painted a picture of forces running out of fuel, ammunition, and hope. units that had been bled white by Allied air attacks and were now being ordered to continue offensive operations they knew were impossible. The statistical reality of German dispositions by August 10th revealed the scale of Hitler's miscalculation. Of the approximately 8 panzer divisions available in Normandy, 7 were committed to or supporting the Mortain Counterattack. This left only scattered units to defend against potential Allied thrusts from other directions. German 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army, the 2 main formations in Normandy, had concentrated their mobile reserves in a relatively small area east of Avranches, creating exactly the kind of target concentration that Allied air power excelled at destroying. Intelligence estimates suggested German forces in the Mortain salient numbered approximately 100,000 men, with roughly 400 tanks and assault guns, plus supporting artillery and logistics units. This represented a substantial portion of Germany's remaining combat power in France. If these forces could be encircled and destroyed, the entire German position in Normandy would collapse, opening the way for Allied advances far beyond what pre-invasion planners had dared to hope for. By August 11th, even Hitler began to recognize that the Mortain counterattack had failed, though he characteristically blamed the failure on insufficient German will rather than the impossible circumstances he had created. He issued new directives calling for a renewed offensive effort, using forces that had already been decimated by 4 days of combat and Allied air attack. Von Kluge, by this point, was simply trying to preserve whatever remained of his armies while maintaining the fiction of compliance with Hitler's orders. The field marshal's communications became increasingly ambiguous, written in ways that could be interpreted as either continued offensive intent or subtle preparation for withdrawal, or depending on what the reader wanted to see. This bureaucratic dance was tragically common in the later years of Nazi Germany, as commanders tried to navigate between tactical reality and ideological demands. The cost of this dance was paid in soldiers' lives, in tanks destroyed, in opportunities missed or seized by the enemy, in strategic positions abandoned because no one at higher headquarters would acknowledge what was plainly visible to anyone actually present in Normandy. The German trap that nearly worked instead became the foundation for one of the war's most decisive Allied victories, though that outcome was not yet clear to participants in mid-August. What was clear was that Hitler's insistence on a counterattack toward Avranches had concentrated German forces in exactly the wrong place at exactly the wrong time, by creating an opportunity for the kind of mobile, aggressive exploitation that George Patton's entire career had prepared him to execute. The strategic chess game had reached a critical position. German forces were committed to a failed offensive they couldn't sustain and couldn't withdraw from without Hitler's permission. Allied forces, particularly Patton's Third Army, were positioned to exploit this vulnerability if they moved quickly and aggressively enough. The next moves would determine whether the Normandy campaign ended with a limited German withdrawal or a catastrophic German collapse. Every hour of delay helped German forces escape. Every hour of aggressive Allied pursuit tightened the noose. The trap that nearly worked had inverted. And now German high command faced the terrifying prospect of seeing their armies encircled and destroyed through a combination of Hitler's strategic blindness and Allied operational excellence. History was accelerating, and the slower-moving side was about to discover just how devastating that disadvantage could be. Normandy, France. July 28, 1944, early evening. In a concealed headquarters hidden beneath camouflage netting near the village of Nehu, approximately 12 miles inland from Utah Beach, Lieutenant General George Patton stood before a large map of Brittany and the Norman countryside, his ivory-handled revolvers prominent on his hips, despite the strictly enforced secrecy surrounding his presence in France. His staff officers watched nervously as Patton traced routes with his finger, and as calculating distances, muttering about fuel requirements and movement times. Outside, the sounds of the Normandy campaign continued, distant artillery creating a constant background rumble that had become so familiar that men barely noticed it anymore. But inside this headquarters, everything remained suspended in a strange limbo. Third Army existed on paper. Its divisions were assembled and ready. Its commanders were appointed and briefed. Yet, officially, it had not been activated for combat operations. Patton was present in Normandy, but forbidden from taking any action. His army waited while others fought, and every day of inactivity felt to Patton like a personal insult and a military catastrophe. The deception that kept Third Army hidden was part of the larger Operation Fortitude, the elaborate Allied plan to convince German high command that the Normandy landings were a diversion before the real invasion at Pas de Calais. This deception had been extraordinarily successful in the invasion's first weeks, keeping German 15th Army pinned in the Calais region, waiting for an attack that would never come. By late July, the deception's final phase focused on maintaining the illusion that Patton's Third Army remained in England, still preparing for that mythical Calais invasion. This required absolute secrecy about Patton's actual location. When he arrived at Utah Beach on July 31st under cover of darkness, he wore a private's uniform and traveled in an unmarked vehicle. His headquarters staff maintained radio silence, used false identifiers in any necessary communications, and took extraordinary measures to ensure German intelligence detected no hint that Third Army had actually deployed to Normandy. The deception worked brilliantly from a strategic perspective, but for Patton and his men, it meant watching the Normandy campaign unfold while being forbidden from participating. The Third Army that waited in those hidden assembly areas represented an enormous concentration of American combat power, arguably the most powerful mobile force the United States had ever assembled. 4 corps, designated 8th, 12th, 15th, and 20th, each composed of multiple divisions, totaling approximately 14 divisions in late July, with more scheduled to arrive. Personnel strength exceeded 300,000 officers and men. Each division brought roughly 4,000 vehicles, everything from jeeps and trucks to Sherman tanks and tank destroyers, plus enormous logistical trains carrying fuel, ammunition, food, and spare parts. This wasn't simply an army, it was a mobile industrial operation capable of sustaining combat operations hundreds of miles from its supply bases. The planning that had gone into assembling this force was staggering in its complexity. Staff officers had pre-surveyed routes through Normandy, identified potential bottlenecks, calculated fuel consumption rates, and prepared detailed movement plans that would allow divisions to flow from assembly areas to combat positions with minimal confusion. Everything was ready, waiting only for the order to begin. Patton spent late July in a state of barely controlled fury that his staff learned to recognize and work around. His daily routine involved studying maps for hours, reading and rereading intelligence reports about German dispositions, and writing increasingly agitated entries in his personal journal. On August 1st, he wrote that Third Army remained in a cage while the real battle developed without them. On August 3rd, he noted that Germans were making their move, referring to the Mortain Counterattack, and wondered when he would get to move. His staff officers walked on eggshells around him during this period, knowing that Patton's famous temper was even more volatile when he felt constrained or sidelined. General Omar Bradley, commanding 1st Army Group and Patton's direct superior, visited Patton's headquarters on August 1st to provide a confidential briefing about the developing situation. Bradley understood Patton's frustration, but emphasized the importance of maintaining operational security. The Germans still believed Third Army was in England, and that deception was buying time for Allied forces to secure their lodgment in Normandy without facing Germany's full strength. Bradley's message to Patton was, essentially, patience. You'll get your chance when the time is right. But Patton was not a man whose personality allowed for patience. The enlisted men and junior officers of Third Army understood even less about why they waited than their commanding general did. Most had arrived in Normandy between mid-July and early August, had established positions in assembly areas, had prepared vehicles and equipment for combat, and then had simply waited while 1st Army divisions fought the grinding battles around Saint-Lô and Caen. Morale became a concern as weeks passed without action. Soldiers who had trained for months or years back in the United States, who had endured the crossing of the Atlantic Ocean with its constant submarine threats, who had landed in France expecting immediate commitment to combat, instead found themselves sitting in concealed camps doing nothing. Many had no combat experience and wondered whether the invasion had already succeeded without them, whether they had crossed the ocean for nothing. Unit commanders worked hard to maintain discipline and readiness despite the enforced idleness, conducting training exercises, vehicle maintenance, and endless equipment inspections to keep men occupied. But there was only so much preparation possible before it became make-work, designed simply to fill time. The logistical preparations during this waiting period, however, were far from useless activity. Third Army's supply officers used the time to perfect systems that would prove crucial once operations began. They established forward fuel dumps, pre-positioned ammunition stocks, identified potential supply routes, and coordinated with Army service forces to ensure that logistical support could keep pace with tactical advances. These preparations reflected hard lessons learned from earlier campaigns in North Africa and Sicily, where advancing forces had sometimes outrun their supply lines and been forced to halt operations at critical moments. Patton's staff, aware of their commander's intention to move as fast as possible once unleashed, worked to create supply systems flexible enough to support rapid advances. They abandoned traditional depot-based logistics in favor of more mobile systems, where supply trucks would race forward to meet advancing units, rather than waiting for units to come back to established depots. This was revolutionary thinking in 1944, when most armies still operated on relatively static supply models inherited from World War I. The enforced waiting period gave Third Army's logisticians the time to implement these innovations. By early August, German intelligence remained almost completely ignorant of Third Army's actual status and location. Ultra-intercepts of German communications showed that Wehrmacht officers continued to believe Patton's forces remained in England, still preparing for operations that German high command expected would come at Pas de Calais. This intelligence triumph was the product of extraordinary effort by Allied deception planners, who had created entire phantom armies complete with fake radio traffic, dummy equipment visible to German aerial reconnaissance, and carefully planted intelligence suggesting imminent attacks at locations far from Normandy. The German belief in these phantom forces had real consequences for their deployments. 15th Army, one of Germany's strongest formations, remained pinned in the Pas de Calais region, defending against an invasion that would never come. These divisions, which might have significantly reinforced the battered German forces in Normandy, instead sat idle hundreds of miles away because Hitler and his commanders believed Patton's Third Army was preparing to lead an attack there. The success of this deception was one of the war's most significant intelligence achievements, comparable to the more famous Enigma code-breaking operation. The 6 weeks of secret assembly and forced inactivity that Third Army endured created enormous tension within the organization. But it also meant that when operations finally began, every unit was at peak readiness with fully trained personnel, maintained equipment, and established supply systems. This was very different from the situation many divisions faced when committed piecemeal to combat as soon as they arrived in theater. Third Army divisions had time to conduct final training, to integrate replacement personnel, to repair vehicles that had been damaged during transatlantic shipping, to stockpile the ammunition and fuel they would need for sustained operations. When Patton finally received orders to activate his army, it wouldn't be a scrambling, improvised commitment of partially ready forces. It would be the unleashing of a meticulously prepared military machine. The question was whether that preparation would be worth the weeks of frustration and whether the opportunity, when it finally came, would justify the painful wait. Patton's personal frustration during this period comes through clearly in his correspondence with his wife Beatrice. In letters that couldn't be sent due to operational security, but which he wrote anyway, planning to mail them later, Patton described feeling like a racehorse forced to watch the race from the stable. He worried that the war would end before he got to participate, that some other general would win the glory he'd spent his entire career pursuing, all that he'd be remembered for the Sicily slapping incidents rather than for any actual battlefield achievement. These letters reveal the insecurity beneath Patton's famous confidence, his desperate need not just to fight, but to be recognized as having fought brilliantly. For Patton, warfare wasn't simply a professional duty or even a patriotic obligation. It was the arena in which he believed he could prove his worth, validate his theories, and secure his place in military history. Every day spent waiting in those concealed headquarters was a day stolen from that quest, a day when someone else might accomplish what he had been planning for decades. By August 5, 1944, Third Army had been in Normandy for nearly a week, though officially it didn't exist yet as an operational formation. A. Patton's journal entry that day expressed his awareness that Germans were making their move at Mortain, and his desperate hope that he would soon get to make his. Unknown to Patton, the decision to activate Third Army had already been made at higher headquarters. General Bradley had concluded that the German counterattack toward Avranches, while temporarily successful, was actually creating the conditions for a devastating counter-encirclement. But exploiting that opportunity would require exactly the kind of aggressive, mobile operations that Patton specialized in. The stage was set, the army was ready, the opportunity was emerging. All that remained was for the official activation order to arrive, releasing Patton and his 300,000 men from their enforced idleness into one of the most dramatic campaigns in military history. Yet the Third Army had waited long enough. The cage was about to open, and what would happen next would exceed even Patton's ambitious hopes for speed and exploitation. The waiting was almost over, and every hour of preparation was about to prove its worth in the crucible of mobile warfare. 1st Army Group Headquarters, Normandy, August 1st, 1944, 3 o'clock in the morning. General Omar Bradley sat in his tent with his chiefs of staff, reviewing situation maps by the light of kerosene lamps. The previous day's intelligence reports lay scattered across a folding table, each one painting the same picture. German forces were committed to the Mortain Counterattack, and were becoming increasingly exposed to envelopment. Bradley had been considering this decision for days, weighing the risks of activating Patton's Third Army prematurely against the risks of missing a historic opportunity. The German counterattack toward Avranches, which had initially seemed threatening, was now revealed as a strategic blunder that exposed the bulk of German armored strength in Normandy to potential encirclement. But exploiting that vulnerability would require moving fast, committing forces before German commanders realized their mistake and withdrew to more defensible positions. It would require exactly the kind of aggressive, risk-accepting leadership that George Patton represented. Bradley made his decision in those early morning hours, the decision that would reshape the entire Normandy campaign. He ordered his staff to prepare the activation documents for Third Army. Even the formal process of army activation involved more than simply telling Patton he could start fighting. Command relationships needed to be clarified, boundaries between army sectors established, control of existing units transferred, logistics responsibilities assigned, and communications protocols implemented. Bradley's staff worked through August, first preparing these documents, while keeping the impending activation secret from all but the most senior officers. The plan called for Third Army to assume control of 8th Corps, which had already penetrated through Avranches under 1st Army Command, plus 15th Corps, and portions of 12th Corps. This would give Patton immediate control of multiple divisions already positioned for exploitation operations. The activation would be announced officially on August 6th, or giving Third Army 5 days to begin operations before German intelligence could react to the changed command structure. This timing was crucial. It balanced operational security concerns against the need to move quickly before the opportunity disappeared. Every hour of delay gave German forces more time to recognize their exposure and begin withdrawals. Patton received unofficial word of the impending activation late on August 1st, during a private meeting with Bradley. The formal announcement wouldn't come for several days, but Bradley wanted Patton to begin detailed planning immediately. Patton's reaction was characteristic. Controlled elation mixed with immediate demands for maps, intelligence updates, and detailed information about forces he would control. Staff officers who witnessed this meeting described Patton as transformed, finding the frustration and barely controlled anger of the previous weeks replaced by focused intensity. He asked Bradley dozens of tactical questions about the situation at Avranches, about German dispositions, about fuel and ammunition availability, about road capacity and bridge conditions. Bradley answered what he could and directed Patton's staff to coordinate with 1st Army headquarters for remaining details. The meeting lasted less than 30 minutes, but set in motion planning efforts that would continue non-stop for the next 5 days. When Patton left Bradley's headquarters that night, he was already mentally fighting the campaign that wouldn't officially begin for nearly a week. The period between August 1st and August 6th saw 3rd Army headquarters transformed from a waiting organization into an operational command post. The Patton staff officers worked around the clock, preparing detailed operations orders, movement plans, and logistics schedules. They identified three primary objectives for Third Army's initial operations. First, secure and expand the Avranches corridor, ensuring that supply lines remained open despite German counterattack efforts. Second, commit forces into Brittany to reduce German strongpoints at Brest, Saint-Malo, and Lorient, thereby securing ports that could ease Allied supply problems. Third, and most importantly, drive eastward to envelop German forces committed to the Mortain Counterattack, closing a potential pocket that could trap significant enemy strength. These weren't mutually exclusive objectives, but they did require careful prioritization and force allocation. Patton's inclination was always to prioritize speed and exploitation over consolidation and security. But even he recognized that maintaining the Avranches corridor was absolutely essential to everything else Third Army hoped to accomplish. The official announcement came on August 6, 1944, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Third Army was officially activated for combat operations, with Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr. in command. Within hours, Patton issued his first operational orders. 8th Corps, commanded by Major General Troy Middleton, would drive into Brittany to reduce German coastal fortresses. 15th Corps, commanded by Major General Wade Highslip, would pivot eastward toward Alençon to begin the southern encirclement of German forces. The 12th Corps would provide flank security and follow-on forces. The orders emphasized speed above all else. Units were to bypass pockets of resistance rather than stopping to reduce them, maintain momentum even at the cost of exposed flanks, and report positions frequently to avoid the confusion that rapid movements inevitably created. These orders reflected Patton's fundamental philosophy. Speed itself was a weapon, and maintaining momentum mattered more than textbook tactical security. Staff officers prepared to issue these orders knew they were revolutionary in their aggressiveness, but they also knew that Patton wouldn't tolerate modification or second-guessing. Patton's radio address to his officers, delivered on the evening of August 6th, became famous for its characteristic mixture of inspiration, profanity, and aggressive intent. He told his commanders that they were about to show the Germans what American armor could really do, that speed and audacity would compensate for any material disadvantages, that boldness would be rewarded and hesitation punished. He referenced the war against Japan, saying that after they finished with the Germans, they would show the Japanese something about real fighting. The speech was pure Patton, part motivation, part threat, entirely focused on offensive action and the destruction of enemy forces. Officers who heard it described feeling simultaneously inspired and intimidated, excited about finally seeing action, but also aware that their commanding general would accept no excuses for failure. The pressure was immediate and intense. Third Army wasn't just expected to advance. It was expected to advance faster and more aggressively than conventional military wisdom suggested was prudent. The immediate logistical challenge of Third Army's activation was staggering. The Army's operations orders called for movement of 4 divisions through the Avranches corridor, essentially simultaneously, despite the fact that road capacity could realistically handle only 1 division at a time if conventional movement procedures were followed. Each division brought approximately 4,000 vehicles of various types, from jeeps and trucks to tanks and artillery pieces, plus tens of thousands of soldiers. Moving all this through a single corridor required traffic control that went far beyond normal military procedure. Military police were assigned to key intersections with authority to direct traffic, regardless of unit identity or commander rank. Detailed movement schedules allocated specific time windows for each unit, with penalties for commanders who fell behind schedule and thereby delayed units following them. Supply convoys were integrated into the movement plan rather than following behind combat units, allowing resupply to occur even as forces advanced. This was improvisation at scale, solving problems in real time that peacetime planners would have spent months analyzing. The code name for Third Army operations was Octagon, and within days of activation, that name became synonymous with aggressive mobile warfare throughout the Allied command structure. Ultra-intercepts of German communications revealed growing confusion and alarm at Wehrmacht headquarters as reports came in of American armored columns appearing in unexpected locations, moving at speeds German intelligence had thought impossible for such large forces. German commanders initially assumed these were reconnaissance units, or perhaps aggressive patrol actions, not realizing they were seeing the vanguard of an entire army corps committed to exploitation operations. By the time German high command understood what was happening, Patton's lead elements were already dozens of miles beyond Avranches, fanning out into the interior of France in multiple directions. The operational surprise achieved by Third Army's activation and immediate commitment exceeded even optimistic Allied predictions. The Germans had been caught completely off balance, their forces committed to a failed counterattack, while a fresh American army poured through the breach they'd inadvertently created. Within 72 hours of official activation, Third Army had over 100,000 personnel and 12,000 vehicles flowing through the Avranches corridor. The statistical achievement was remarkable, but so was the organizational challenge of managing such movement. Communications became a critical concern as units spread across hundreds of square miles of Norman countryside. Radio discipline had to be maintained despite the natural tendency of excited officers to report every development. Supply lines stretched as advancing units moved further from their starting points. Vehicle breakdowns inevitably occurred, each requiring field repair units to work alongside active combat forces. Despite all these challenges, Third Army maintained momentum because Patton's staff had spent 6 weeks preparing for exactly these problems. The enforced waiting period, so frustrating while it lasted, now proved its value. Every contingency had been anticipated, every potential bottleneck identified, every solution pre-planned. Third Army wasn't improvising its way through the breakthrough. It was executing a carefully designed plan that looked like improvisation only because the scale and speed exceeded anything attempted previously. The order that activated Third Army on August 6, 1944, was just 6 pages of military bureaucratese specifying command relationships, boundaries, and reporting requirements. But those 6 pages unleashed forces and set in motion events that would determine the entire trajectory of the campaign in Western Europe. Bradley's calculated risk in activating Patton had paid off immediately. Third Army's aggressive exploitation was precisely what the situation required. Patton's entire career, his theories about mobile warfare, his obsession with speed, his willingness to accept risk, all of it had led to this moment and was now being tested in the crucible of actual combat. The order had been given, the army was moving, and the next phase of the war in France was beginning. What no one yet understood, including Patton himself, was just how dramatically Third Army's breakthrough would reshape Allied strategy. How far and how fast those columns of American armor would advance, and how completely the German position in France would collapse once Patton's offensive truly developed momentum. The order was just the beginning. Everything that mattered came next. Avranches, France. August 1st, 1944, 6 o'clock in the morning. Elements of 8th Corps, 1st Army, entered the outskirts of this unremarkable Norman town that sat on a rocky promontory overlooking the Sée River Valley. The combat engineers of the 299th Engineer Combat Battalion were among the first to arrive, immediately assessing the condition of roads, bridges, and approach routes. What they found was both promising and concerning. The town itself had sustained relatively light damage, meaning main roads were passable. But Avranches sat on a peninsula formation that created a natural bottleneck. 3 roads led into town from the north, but only 2 roads, really one primary highway and one secondary route, led out toward the south and east. This geographic reality meant that despite capturing Avranches relatively intact, Allied forces faced a critical constraint. Every vehicle, every soldier, every ton of supplies heading south from the Normandy lodgment would have to pass through this single town and across a handful of bridges spanning local rivers. The engineers understood immediately that Avranches had become the most important piece of terrain in the entire theater, because controlling it meant controlling the gateway to interior France. The capture of Avranches itself involved relatively little fighting, German forces having withdrawn south in reasonably good order during the previous 48 hours. But holding the town and maintaining its road network operational became the overriding priority for American forces throughout early August. The key infrastructure element was the bridge at Pont-au-Beau, a small village about 2 miles south of Avranches proper. The original stone bridge there could not handle heavy military traffic, so combat engineers immediately began constructing a Bailey Bridge, a prefabricated steel bridge design that British engineers had developed earlier in the war. The Bailey Bridge could support the weight of Sherman tanks, approximately 33 tons each, but required single-file crossing. Engineers worked through August 1st and 2nd to complete the bridge, aware that until it opened, Third Army's exploitation remained theoretical. French civilians watched these construction efforts with a mixture of hope and trepidation, understanding that the massive American military presence meant their region was about to become the main axis of advance for Allied operations. Some had hidden from German occupation forces for 4 years. Now they emerged to offer what help they could to the Americans, providing information about local roads, identifying mines and obstacles, and simply expressing gratitude that liberation had finally arrived. By August 6, 1944, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the first Third Army vehicles began crossing the Bailey Bridge at Pont-au-Beau. The stream of traffic that followed over the next 48 hours represented one of the most remarkable logistical achievements of the entire war. Traffic control at the bridge was managed by military police who directed vehicles with stopwatch precision, allowing approximately 10 seconds per vehicle to cross. Delays of even a few seconds per vehicle would compound over thousands of vehicles into hours of lost time, so the MPs maintained absolute discipline, overriding the objections of officers who thought their units deserved priority. The average was roughly 6 vehicles per minute, 360 vehicles per hour, assuming no breakdowns or accidents disrupted the flow. In reality, minor incidents occurred constantly. Vehicles with mechanical problems had to be pushed aside by recovery teams. Occasionally, shells from distant German artillery landed near the bridge, forcing brief halts. Weather conditions changed and affected visibility. Despite these disruptions, approximately 4,000 vehicles per day crossed the Pont-au-Beau bridge during its peak usage period, a rate that exceeded anything pre-invasion planners had believed possible through such a restricted corridor. German commanders understood Avranches' importance as clearly as Allied planners did, but their ability to interdict the crossing remained limited by overwhelming Allied air superiority. On August 7th, the Luftwaffe mounted one of its rare daylight operations in Normandy, approximately 40 Focke-Wulf fighters and Junkers bombers attacking American columns near Avranches. Allied anti-aircraft guns and patrolling fighters engaged the German aircraft before they reached the critical bridge crossings. Several bombs fell in and around Avranches, damaging some buildings and temporarily disrupting traffic flow. But the bridges themselves remained intact and operational. The air attack demonstrated German recognition of Avranches' importance, but also their inability to mass sufficient force to actually close the corridor. After August 7th, Luftwaffe activity near Avranches dropped to negligible levels, Allied fighters having established such complete dominance that German pilots considered daylight operations in that sector to be suicide missions. The skies above Avranches remained American-controlled, allowing the endless stream of vehicles to continue flowing south relatively unmolested. French civilians in Avranches and surrounding villages experienced the American passage as a strange mixture of liberation and disruption. The town's population had endured 4 years of German occupation, with varying degrees of collaboration and resistance, the usual complex reality of occupied territory that simplified narratives often miss. Now, Americans arrived in overwhelming numbers, bringing food, cigarettes, and chocolate, but also bringing noise, confusion, and the transformation of their town into a military logistics hub. Elderly residents who remembered the First World War recognized similar patterns. Armies brought liberation, but also brought war itself. The fighting, the casualties, the destruction that inevitably followed military operations. Younger residents who had known only German occupation marveled at the wealth of equipment American forces displayed, the endless convoys of trucks, the massive tanks, in the sense of material abundance that stood in sharp contrast to the shortages and rationing that had characterized years of German rule. Some offered flowers to passing soldiers, others simply watched from windows, Still others tried to resume normal life despite the impossibility of normalcy when thousands of vehicles streamed through your town every day. The statistical achievement at Avranches becomes more impressive when examined in detail. Between August 6th and August 24th, a total of 133,000 vehicles and 489,000 personnel passed through the Avranches Gap. This represented not just Third Army, but also portions of First Army continuing to flow south to maintain pressure on German forces. The corridor never closed, despite German attacks, despite logistical challenges, despite inevitable accidents and breakdowns. Engineers kept the bridges operational through constant maintenance, military police kept traffic flowing through absolutely rigid discipline, and supply officers managed to coordinate movements so that combat units, support elements, and logistics convoys all passed through the same restricted corridor without creating total gridlock. This was industrial warfare at its most complex, moving the equivalent of a major American city's population, plus all their equipment through a geographic bottleneck barely a mile wide, and doing it in less than 3 weeks. The achievement required precision, flexibility, and constant problem-solving at every level from senior planners down to individual traffic controllers. The geographic reality of Brittany and Normandy meant that Avranches' importance was temporary but absolute. Once forces passed through the corridor and reached the more open terrain south and east of the town, they could spread out, disperse, and maneuver with far greater freedom. But every unit had to pass through Avranches first. There was simply no alternative route that could handle military traffic of this scale. German defensive strategy should have recognized this vulnerability and concentrated overwhelming force on closing the Avranches corridor before Allied forces could exploit it. The fact that Germany failed to do this, that they instead committed their mobile reserves to the Mortain Counterattack, represented a strategic error of the first magnitude. Hitler's directive to attack westward instead of defending at Avranches handed the Allies the very opportunity that proper German strategy should have denied them. Military historians studying the Normandy campaign invariably identify this decision as one of the turning points that transformed a potentially difficult Allied breakout into a devastating German defeat. The bottleneck at Avranches also created significant vulnerabilities that Allied commanders worried about throughout early August. A single successful German airstrike or a determined ground attack could have closed the corridor for hours or even days, stranding forces that had already advanced south and cutting them off from supply and reinforcement. Traffic jams in the corridor meant that vehicles were sometimes stationary for extended periods, at perfect targets for artillery or air attack. The concentration of forces necessary to pass through Avranches violated every principle of dispersal and security that military doctrine emphasized. But Allied commanders, particularly Patton, accepted these risks because the alternative, a slower, more methodical advance that maintained better security, meant giving German forces time to organize coherent defensive positions that would take weeks or months to overcome. The calculated risk was to exploit the Avranches gateway as quickly as possible, accepting the vulnerability in exchange for speed and the possibility of a strategic breakthrough that would end the Normandy campaign decisively. By mid-August, Avranches had served its purpose as the pivot point for Allied operations. Forces had passed through, dispersed into the French interior, and begun operations that no longer depended on that single corridor. The bridges at Pont-au-Beau continued carrying supplies forward, but the critical period when the entire campaign's success depended on those few structures had passed. Avranches became an important logistics hub, rather than the indispensable gateway it had been in early August. Engineers began improving alternative routes, widening roads, constructing additional bridges, creating the redundancy that sound logistics doctrine demanded, but which had been impossible to achieve during the initial breakthrough. The town itself began a slow return to something approximating normal life, though with a much larger American military presence than residents had experienced under German occupation. Liberation had come to Avranches. But it had come in the form of thundering convoys and hurried traffic control, not quiet freedom, at least not yet. The story of Avranches is fundamentally about how geography shapes military operations, how a single town that meant nothing strategically in the abstract became absolutely critical because of its position relative to larger operational objectives. The town sat at the junction between the Normandy lodgment and the interior of France, between static warfare and mobile exploitation, between containment and breakthrough. Controlling Avranches meant controlling the campaign's future direction. Patton understood this implicitly, which is why Third Army's initial operations focused so heavily on securing and holding the town, despite the temptation to race further south immediately. The bridges had to stay open. The roads had to remain passable. The corridor had to flow freely, or else everything else Third Army hoped to accomplish would become impossible. Avranches was the pivot point, not because of anything that happened there, but because of everything that happened elsewhere, because forces could pass through it. The town's greatest contribution to Allied victory was simply remaining open, functional, and operational, while hundreds of thousands of soldiers and thousands of vehicles streamed through on their way to battles further south. Sometimes in warfare, the greatest achievements are logistical rather than tactical, and Avranches represented that truth perfectly. Normandy to Brittany. August 6, 1944. First light. The lead elements of 8th Corps formed into columns as dawn broke across the French countryside, all preparing for the movement that would test whether Patton's theories about speed could actually work in practice. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Clark's 4th Armored Division sat at the head of one column, tanks fueled, crews rested as much as the circumstances allowed. Orders clear but audacious. Advance south toward Rennes as fast as possible. Bypass resistance and maintain momentum regardless of what German forces might be positioned along the route. Clark's tanks began moving at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, and within hours they established a pace that would have been considered reckless by conventional military standards. The division covered 30 miles in the first 12 hours, pausing only when necessary to refuel, or when forward reconnaissance elements reported obstacles requiring brief tactical solutions. All by nightfall of August 6th, 4th Armored Division had advanced further in one day than some 1st Army divisions had managed in a week during the grinding battles around St. Lo. This was speed warfare, and it was working. The tactical philosophy Patton imposed on 3rd Army violated every conventional principle about security, consolidation, and methodical advance. Standard American doctrine in 1944 called for combined arms teams to advance in coordination, infantry securing flanks while armor provided breakthrough capability, artillery moving forward to support successive defensive positions, supply convoys following combat units at carefully calculated intervals. Patton threw most of this doctrine away and told his commanders to simply move as fast as their vehicles could travel. Then reconnaissance would replace security, speed would replace consolidation, and logistics would adapt to support rapid movement, rather than movement adapting to logistics constraints. This was revolutionary, risky, and completely characteristic of a commander who had spent 25 years arguing that modern warfare belonged to whoever moved fastest. Now, he would prove whether that theory was brilliant or suicidal, and there would be no middle ground. 3rd Army would either achieve spectacular success or spectacular failure, with little room for anything in between. The fuel consumption rates of 3rd Army's advance horrified logistics officers who understood that sustainable operations required careful management of finite resources. A Sherman tank consumed approximately 1 gallon of gasoline for every 2 miles traveled on roads, worse on rough terrain. Each tank carried roughly 170 gallons, giving it a theoretical range of about 350 miles. But combat operations, frequent starts and stops, idling time, all reduced that effective range significantly. 3rd Army in early August had hundreds of tanks advancing simultaneously, plus thousands of trucks and other vehicles, collectively consuming approximately 300,000 gallons of fuel per day, nearly twice the normal consumption rate for an army of that size. This was unsustainable long-term. Everyone recognized that. But Patton wagered that short-term unsustainability was acceptable if it achieved decisive results before resources ran out. He ordered supply columns to operate around the clock, as demanded that fuel trucks race forward to meet advancing units rather than waiting for units to return to depots, and insisted that maintenance be performed on the move rather than in rear areas. These were calculated risks that would either enable historic achievements or leave 3rd Army stranded and vulnerable. Tank crews participating in this advance reported experiences that felt surreal in their speed and freedom after weeks of grinding combat in the bocage country around the Normandy beaches. Sergeant James Rodriguez, a tank commander in the 6th Armored Division, later described advancing 50 miles in a single day without encountering serious resistance, watching French villages pass by at intervals that suggested they were covering ground, at rates he associated with peacetime training exercises rather than combat operations. His crew ate meals while the tank moved, slept in shifts inside the vehicle, performed essential maintenance during brief halts without ever fully stopping for extended periods. Rodriguez reported that his tank's fuel gauge showed empty or near empty for hours at a time, the crew continuing to advance on fumes, faith, and the hope that supply trucks would catch up before the engine quit. This was the reality of Patton's speed strategy at the tactical level: sustained discomfort, constant low-level anxiety about supplies, and the exhilaration of actually advancing rather than dying in static positions. Most soldiers preferred it to the alternative they had experienced in July. The logistical innovations Third Army implemented to support this pace represented some of the most important but least recognized achievements of the campaign. Supply officers abandoned the traditional depot system, where supplies were delivered to fixed locations and combat units sent trucks back to collect what they needed, because that system couldn't keep pace with advancing units that might be 50 miles further forward by the time supply trucks reached their previous positions. Instead, Third Army created mobile supply columns that followed combat units and raced forward when called, essentially creating a flowing logistics system that moved as fast as the tactical situation demanded. This required extraordinary coordination, real-time information about unit locations, precise calculation of consumption rates, and willingness to take risks that supplies might be captured or lost if German forces cut supply routes. The system worked because Third Army's advance was so rapid and so disorganized, German defensive efforts, that German forces never managed to conduct the kind of coordinated interdiction of supply lines that might have crippled American operations. Communication became as significant a challenge as logistics during Third Army's rapid advance. Radio communications in 1944 operated with significant limitations, limited range, vulnerability to interception, dependence on line of sight for some frequencies, all compounded by the challenge of maintaining radio discipline when dozens of units simultaneously tried to report their positions, request support, or coordinate with adjacent formations. Third Army's signal officers implemented strict communication protocols, where units reported positions at scheduled intervals using standardized formats, minimizing the radio traffic that could give away American intentions to German listeners. This discipline proved crucial because German intelligence services were quite effective at intercepting and analyzing American radio communications. The fact that German commanders remained confused about Third Army's dispositions and intentions despite intercepting numerous American transmissions testified to the effectiveness of these communication security measures. Units used code words, abbreviated position reports, and scheduled transmission times that made individual intercepts relatively useless without sustained pattern analysis, which German intelligence services lacked the time and resources to conduct effectively during August's fast-moving operations. By August 8th and 9th, approximately 72 hours after Third Army began offensive operations, Colonel Bruce Clark's 4th Armored Division had covered 50 miles in 18 hours, an average pace of nearly 3 miles per hour, sustained over nearly a full day. This statistic sounds modest until you consider that this was not simply driving on open roads, but rather combat operations through enemy-held territory, requiring periodic halts to engage resistance, negotiate obstacles, refuel vehicles, allow infantry to catch up with armor, and maintain basic organizational cohesion. German defensive positions, when they existed at all, were simply bypassed by lead American elements and left for following infantry to reduce. This created potentially dangerous situations where American armor advanced deep into territory that remained technically German-controlled, with vulnerable supply lines stretching back through areas that might contain bypassed enemy units. Patton accepted these risks as inevitable consequences of speed warfare, betting that the psychological and operational disruption caused by rapid American advances would prevent German forces from mounting effective counterattacks against those exposed supply routes. The German response to Third Army's breakthrough reveals how completely speed disrupted conventional defensive operations. Wehrmacht commanders in Brittany and the Normandy interior expected American advances to follow predictable patterns, or methodical progression from one defensive line to the next, pauses to consolidate and resupply, coordination between armor and infantry that would give defenders time to identify American intentions and shift reserves to threatened sectors. Instead, they faced American columns that appeared suddenly on roads 50 miles from where intelligence had placed them just 24 hours earlier, that bypassed prepared defensive positions entirely, that seemed to operate with complete indifference to their flanks and supply lines. German commanders issued orders to defensive positions only to discover that American forces had already moved beyond those positions hours earlier. After-action reports captured from German units during this period expressed confusion, frustration, and in some cases near panic as officers tried to make sense of a situation that evolved faster than their decision-making processes could adapt to. The comparison between Third Army's movement rates and historical precedents reveals just how revolutionary Patton's operations were. German blitzkrieg advances in 1940 through France had been considered extraordinarily fast at the time, covering hundreds of miles in weeks, and shocking Allied commanders with their speed. But those German advances averaged perhaps 20 to 30 miles per day for lead armored elements, significantly slower than Third Army's pace in August 1944. Soviet armored operations during 1944 also featured rapid advances, but Soviet logistics worked very differently from American systems. Soviet forces often stripped supplies from occupied territories and accepted much higher mechanical breakdown rates than American forces tolerated. Third Army's advance combined the speed of blitzkrieg with the logistical sophistication of American industrial warfare, creating a form of mobile operations that exceeded anything previously attempted. The average Third Army soldier moved 65 miles per day during August's peak exploitation period, a pace that required vehicles to operate nearly constantly with minimal maintenance or rest. The question of whether this pace was sustainable became crucial by mid-August, when the initial exploitation phase gave way to the more complex problem of sustained operations deep in the French interior. Patton's gamble was that decisive results achieved in 2 weeks of unsustainable operations were worth more than months of sustainable but slower advances. He bet that German defensive coherence could be shattered completely if Third Army moved fast enough, and that once that defensive coherence collapsed, the campaign would essentially be won, regardless of subsequent supply difficulties. This was high-stakes gambling with soldiers' lives and national strategic objectives, and it worked precisely because the situation in August 1944 was one where aggressive risk-taking succeeded, while caution would have failed. A more conservative commander might have preserved logistical sustainability, but given German forces time to establish defensive positions, that would have required weeks to overcome. Patton's philosophy of speed as strategy proved correct for this specific situation, though whether that philosophy would have succeeded in different circumstances remained unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. By the end of the first week of August, Third Army had demonstrated that speed warfare wasn't just theoretically possible, but practically achievable with proper planning and execution. The movement from Avranches into Brittany and toward the interior of France had covered distances in days that conventional planning had allocated weeks to traverse. German defenses weren't so much defeated as made irrelevant by the pace of American operations. The psychological impact on both sides was profound. American soldiers gained confidence that they were participating in something historic, while German soldiers increasingly questioned whether continued resistance was militarily meaningful when the enemy could move too fast to be effectively opposed. The movement phase of Third Army's operations proved Patton's theories and validated his obsession with speed, but it also raised questions about what would happen when that speed inevitably slowed, when supplies ran short, when exhaustion caught up with even the most motivated soldiers. Those questions would be answered in the weeks to come, but in early August 1944, Speed itself was proving to be one of the most effective weapons in the American arsenal, exactly as Patton had predicted for the previous quarter century. Rennes, France, August 7th, 1944, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. General Troy Middleton, commanding 8th Corps, received verbal orders from Patton that seemed clear in their strategic intent but deeply questionable in their tactical wisdom. Third Army would commit substantial forces to reducing German fortresses and coastal garrisons throughout the Brittany Peninsula, securing the ports of Saint-Malo, Brest, and Lorient that Allied planners believed would be essential for supplying future operations. Middleton understood the objective. Securing deep-water ports would ease the enormous logistical strain of supplying all Allied forces through the original Normandy beaches and the limited port facilities already captured. But he also understood that committing roughly 125,000 men from 8th Corps to clear Brittany meant those forces would not be available for the more decisive operation taking shape to the east. The potential encirclement of German armies caught between Third Army advancing from the south and British-Canadian forces pressing from the north. Middleton kept these doubts private and issued orders to his division commanders. 6th Armored Division would drive towards Saint-Malo. 4th Armored Division would strike toward Brest, and additional infantry divisions would follow to reduce German strongpoints. The Brittany campaign had begun. General John Wood, commanding 4th Armored Division, was far less diplomatic than Middleton in expressing his concerns about the Brittany operation. Wood had studied mobile warfare extensively and believed deeply that armored divisions should be committed to exploitation and encirclement, rather than siege operations against fortified positions. His diary entries from early August 1944 express frustration that bordered on insubordination, though he was too professional to refuse orders openly. Wood wrote that 4th Armored Division should be driving east toward Germany, not west into Brittany, that committing armor to reduce fortresses was a fundamental misuse of mechanized forces. He predicted, correctly as events proved, that German garrisons in Brittany's coastal cities would simply fortify their positions and conduct extended sieges that would tie down American forces for weeks or months without achieving strategically significant results. Wood's critique reflected sound military theory. Armored divisions were designed for mobile operations, not siege warfare, and committing them to Brittany removed their capabilities from the main theater of operations. But Wood also recognized that Patton's decision wasn't purely tactical. It reflected pressure from higher headquarters and the long-standing Allied assumption that securing additional ports was essential to sustaining operations in France. The assault on Saint-Malo, beginning August 10th, 1944, revealed the challenges of reducing fortified positions that German forces were determined to hold. The medieval fortress city, perched on granite cliffs overlooking the English Channel, had been turned into a modern defensive strongpoint by German engineers over 4 years of occupation. Commander Colonel Andreas von Auloch commanded the garrison of approximately 12,000 troops, mixture of Wehrmacht regulars, Luftwaffe ground personnel, and various support units pressed into infantry service. Von Auloch had no intention of surrendering without a fight, and the city's defenses reflected extensive preparation. Concrete bunkers, anti-tank obstacles, minefields, interlocking fields of fire, all the apparatus of fortress defense made Saint-Malo a difficult objective that would require systematic reduction, rather than the rapid exploitation operations Third Army had been conducting. When American forces began their assault, they discovered that speed and mobility, Patton's favorite weapons, were nearly useless against an enemy determined to defend prepared positions. The siege would last until August 17th and would cost approximately 3,000 American casualties, killed, wounded, and missing. That the urban combat at Saint-Malo represented a completely different type of warfare than the mobile operations that had characterized Third Army's advance from Avranches. Soldiers of 83rd Infantry Division found themselves fighting house to house, room to room, sometimes floor to floor, in medieval buildings with walls thick enough to resist artillery fire. German defenders used the city's narrow streets and ancient architecture to maximum advantage, creating kill zones that American infantry had to traverse under fire, setting up machine gun positions in stone buildings that required direct assault to overcome, and mining routes that American forces would logically use for their advances. combat engineers brought up flamethrowers, satchel charges, and specialized demolition equipment to crack particularly stubborn defensive positions. Artillery fired at point-blank range into German strongpoints, accepting the collateral damage to the city's historic architecture as unavoidable in the context of siege warfare. The battle was attritional, grinding, and utterly unlike the war of movement that Third Army had been waging for the previous week. French civilians trapped in Saint-Malo during the siege endured conditions that made the previous 4 years of occupation seem almost bearable by comparison. Approximately 15,000 residents remained in the city when American forces began their assault. And these civilians found themselves caught between German defenders who showed no inclination to surrender, and American attackers who could not allow German forces to remain in a strategic coastal position. Many took shelter in cellars and underground passages that had existed since medieval times, emerging only when absolutely necessary to find food or water. Others attempted to flee the city during lulls in the fighting, risking German fire from within and American fire from without as they crossed contested zones. The Red Cross attempted to establish protected areas for civilians, but the close-quarters nature of the fighting made such protection theoretical at best. When the battle finally ended, Saint-Malo's population had endured experiences that would leave psychological scars lasting decades, a reminder that liberation, however welcome in principle, often arrived accompanied by violence and destruction. The question of whether the Brittany campaign served Third Army's broader strategic objectives or distracted from them remained contentious both during August 1944 and in subsequent historical analysis. Patton's defenders argued that securing Brittany's ports was essential to Allied logistics, and that German forces stationed in Brittany needed to be neutralized to prevent them from threatening Third Army's flanks and supply lines. The operation employed forces, primarily infantry divisions, that were less suitable for the mobile warfare developing to the east, so it represented a rational division of effort between different types of operations. Critics, including many British observers at the time, they argued that Brittany's ports were less important than completing the encirclement of German armies in Normandy, that the forces committed to Brittany could have accelerated the closure of what became the Falaise Pocket, and that Patton's decision reflected his obsession with controlling territory rather than destroying enemy forces. The debate is complicated by the fact that we know the outcome. We know that Brittany's ports ultimately contributed less to Allied logistics than predicted, that engineering efforts eventually made the Sée River ports more useful than the Brittany harbors. But Patton in August 1944 didn't have that hindsight. The German decision to defend Brittany's coastal fortresses reflected Hitler's broader strategic delusion that every piece of territory must be held, regardless of operational logic. Von Auloch at Saint-Malo, along with German commanders at Brest and Lorient, received direct orders from Hitler's headquarters to defend their positions to the last man and the last bullet, to turn their fortresses into permanent threats to Allied supply lines, even if that meant accepting eventual defeat and capture. These orders made no strategic sense from the perspective of preserving German combat power. The troops defending Brittany's coast could have been far more useful as mobile reserves supporting defensive operations in the French interior. But Hitler's conception of warfare in 1944 increasingly emphasized symbolic resistance over tactical flexibility, holding ground over preserving forces, and personal loyalty over military effectiveness. German garrison commanders, who might have negotiated reasonable surrenders that spared their troops and the civilian populations they nominally protected, instead felt compelled to conduct desperate defensive actions that achieved nothing except extending the calendar date of their inevitable defeat. By mid-August, the Brittany campaign had developed into exactly the protracted siege warfare that critics like General Wood had predicted. Saint-Malo would fall on August 17th after a week of brutal fighting. Brest would hold out until September 19th, more than 6 weeks after American forces first invested the city. Lorient and Saint-Nazaire would remain in German hands until the war's end in May 1945, their garrisons surrendering only when Germany itself collapsed. These extended sieges tied down American forces that might have been employed elsewhere, validated concerns that committing Third Army resources to Brittany had been strategically questionable. The ports, when finally secured, proved less valuable than predicted, because engineering units had by then created sufficient port capacity at locations closer to the front lines. The Brittany campaign became a cautionary tale about how operational planning, based on pre-invasion assumptions, could become obsolete once actual circumstances revealed different priorities. The human cost of the Brittany campaign, while modest compared to some World War II battles, represented lives spent on objectives of questionable strategic value. American casualties in Brittany totaled approximately 10,000 killed, wounded, and missing by the time operations concluded in September. German casualties were significantly higher, perhaps 20,000, though accurate figures are difficult to establish given the chaos of the period. French civilian casualties remain uncertain, but certainly numbered in the thousands, with entire neighborhoods in Saint-Malo, Brest, and other cities destroyed during the fighting. These costs might have been justifiable if the Brittany campaign had achieved critical strategic objectives, but the consensus historical judgment is that the ports secured proved less important than anticipated, and that the forces committed to Brittany could have been employed more effectively in the encirclement battle developing around Falaise. This doesn't mean Patton's decision was wrong in August 1944 based on information available then. It means that military operations invariably involve making decisions under uncertainty with imperfect information about future circumstances. The Brittany gamble revealed both the strengths and limitations of Patton's command style. His strength was aggressive exploitation of opportunities, his willingness to take risks that more cautious commanders would avoid, his ability to inspire rapid movement and offensive action from subordinates. His limitation was difficulty in distinguishing between objectives that were strategically essential and objectives that were merely geographically available, a tendency to see control of territory as valuable in itself, rather than as a means to the end of destroying enemy forces. The Brittany campaign reflected this limitation. It was an operation that made sense within a certain logic of territorial control and logistic security, but which ultimately diverted resources from more decisive operations. Patton's character, formed through decades of study and obsession with offensive warfare, made him brilliant at exploitation, but less skilled at the kind of strategic prioritization that separates good generals from great ones. The Brittany gamble didn't lose the war, but neither did it contribute as much to winning it as alternative uses of those same forces might have achieved. By the end of August, 8th Corps remained committed to Brittany operations, while the rest of 3rd Army was hundreds of miles to the east, racing toward the German frontier. And this geographic separation represented the consequence of the Brittany decision. 1/4 of 3rd Army was engaged in siege warfare in a peninsula that had become strategically marginal, while 3/4 participated in mobile operations that would determine the campaign's outcome. History remembers 3rd Army primarily for those eastern operations, for the breakthrough at Avranches, for the pursuit to the German border, for the operations that validated Patton's theories about speed and mobility. The Brittany campaign is remembered, if at all, as a sideshow, expensive in resources and lives, but peripheral to the main event. Whether that historical judgment is entirely fair remains debatable, but it does reflect the reality that in warfare, not all operations contribute equally to decisive outcomes. And sometimes forces find themselves committed to missions whose strategic value evaporates even as tactical efforts continue. The Brittany gamble was Patton's least successful major decision during August 1944, a reminder that even brilliant commanders make choices whose wisdom becomes questionable in retrospect. La Roche-Guyon, France, August the 7th, 1944, 6 o'clock in the evening. Field Marshal Günther von Kluge stood in the Renaissance chateau that served as Army Group B headquarters, staring at situation maps that showed German positions deteriorating with each passing hour. The maps displayed red arrows representing American forces pouring through Avranches, blue markers showing British and Canadian pressure from the north, and German positions represented by increasingly isolated defensive positions that looked less like a coherent front line and more like islands of resistance in an Allied sea. Von Kluge had spent the day on the telephone with various subordinate commanders, each reporting situations more desperate than the last, and now he faced the most difficult decision of his military career. Hitler's directive demanded continuation of the Mortain Counterattack, insisting that German forces push harder toward Avranches, despite overwhelming evidence that the operation had failed. Von Kluge knew that obeying this order meant exposing his armies to encirclement and destruction. He also knew that disobeying Hitler's direct command might mean his own arrest, court-martial, and execution. The field marshal was trapped between military logic and political reality, between what needed to happen and what he was permitted to do. The ultra-intercept system at Bletchley Park, England, provided Allied commanders with an extraordinary window into German command confusion during these critical days. British cryptanalysts decoded German military communications almost in real time, allowing Allied headquarters to read messages between Hitler's East Prussia compound and von Kluge's Normandy headquarters, sometimes within hours of their transmission. These intercepts revealed Hitler's increasingly detached grasp of battlefield reality. On August 8th, Hitler sent a message demanding that the Mortain Counterattack be renewed with greater force, insisting that German will and superior tactical skill would overcome American material advantages. The message made no reference to fuel shortages, Allied air superiority, or the exposed flanks that German forces had created by concentrating for the westward thrust. Von Kluge's response, carefully worded to avoid direct contradiction of the Führer, attempted to explain that renewed offensive operations were impossible given current circumstances. Hitler's follow-up message essentially ignored von Kluge's concerns and repeated the demand for continued attack. This exchange illustrated the fundamental dysfunction of German command in 1944, strategic decisions made hundreds of miles from the battlefield by a leader who rejected information contradicting his ideological convictions. General Heinrich Eberbach, commanding 5th Panzer Army, provided von Kluge with tactical assessments that painted a dire picture of German capabilities. 5th Panzer Army had borne the brunt of the Mortain Counterattack and subsequent Allied pressure, and Eberbach's forces were approaching collapse. His August 8th situation report noted that panzer divisions that had begun the Mortain operation with 100 to 150 tanks each now fielded 40 to 60 operational vehicles. Fuel supplies, already critically short when the operation began, were now measured in hours rather than days. Ammunition stocks were depleted to the point where artillery battalions were rationing shells. Most critically, Allied air attacks had destroyed German command and control infrastructure to the extent that coordinating multi-division operations had become nearly impossible. Eberbach recommended immediate withdrawal to positions east of the Orne River, establishing a defensible line that could be held with available forces while preserving German combat power for future operations. This was sound military advice, but it directly contradicted Hitler's orders and therefore could not be officially implemented without authorization that Hitler refused to provide. The German 7th Army, commanded by SS General Paul Hauser, faced even more desperate circumstances than 5th Panzer Army. 7th Army held positions south of the Mortain salient, directly in the path of American forces advancing from Avranches. Hauser's forces had been fighting continuous defensive battles since early August, with minimal reinforcement and diminishing supplies. His situation reports to von Kluge described units reduced to small fractions of their authorized strength. Infantry regiments fielding fewer than 500 men when establishment called for 3,000, artillery batteries with 3 guns when they should have had 12. Hauser warned that 7th Army could not hold its current positions for more than a few days without major reinforcement, and that American advances threatened to cut off German forces entirely. He requested permission to conduct a fighting withdrawal to more defensible positions. Von Kluge forwarded this request to Hitler's headquarters with his endorsement, noting that Hauser's assessment aligned with every other tactical report from Normandy. Hitler's response arrived within hours, denying the request and ordering all positions held to the last man and last round. The gap between Hitler's orders and battlefield reality had become unbridgeable. The fuel crisis facing German forces in Normandy represented more than just a logistics problem. It fundamentally undermined German operational capabilities. Panzer divisions required enormous quantities of fuel to maintain mobility, and that fuel had to be transported from refineries in Germany through a logistical network that Allied air power had systematically destroyed. By early August, German units in Normandy were receiving roughly one-third of their required fuel allocation. Tank commanders made desperate calculations about whether they could afford to move their vehicles to new positions or whether they should preserve fuel for potential emergency withdrawals. Some units partially destroyed their own tanks rather than abandoning them to the enemy when fuel exhaustion made movement impossible. German logistics officers pleaded with higher headquarters for additional fuel convoys, knowing that such convoys would be attacked by Allied aircraft during daylight, and that nighttime movement was too slow to meet immediate needs. The fuel situation created a vicious cycle where German forces couldn't maneuver to avoid Allied attacks, couldn't withdraw to more defensible positions, and couldn't mount effective counterattacks, all because the vehicles that would enable such operations sat immobile for lack of gasoline. Von Kluge's telephone conversation with Hitler on August 10, 1944, represented the Field Marshal's last serious attempt to convince the Führer that strategic withdrawal was essential to prevent complete disaster. Von Kluge spoke carefully, avoiding any language that might be interpreted as defeatism, while trying to convey the desperate reality his armies faced. He explained that American forces were advancing faster than German units could retreat, even if withdrawal were authorized. That Allied air superiority made daylight movement suicidal. That fuel and ammunition shortages meant German forces lacked the resources to conduct either effective attacks or organized withdrawals. Hitler listened, or at least remained silent while von Kluge spoke, and then delivered a response that essentially dismissed every concern the Field Marshal had raised. The Führer insisted that the situation resulted from insufficient willpower, that German soldiers who truly believed in National Socialist ideology would find ways to overcome material disadvantages, that commanders who requested withdrawal were displaying the kind of defeatism that he would not tolerate. The conversation ended with Hitler reiterating his orders for continued offensive operations. Von Kluge hung up the phone, knowing that he faced an impossible choice between military sanity and personal survival. German divisional commanders, closer to the deteriorating tactical situation than von Kluge, or certainly Hitler, and understood with stark clarity that their forces were being destroyed through a combination of Allied pressure and German command paralysis. After-action reports from this period, recovered from German archives after the war, reveal officers struggling to maintain discipline and cohesion as their units disintegrated. One regimental commander from 2nd SS Panzer Division wrote that his unit had been reduced to approximately 30% combat effectiveness, that soldiers were exhausted beyond the point where rest could restore them, that equipment losses exceeded replacement capacity by orders of magnitude. Another report from a battalion commander in 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division noted that American advances had cut communications with higher headquarters, that he was making tactical decisions without orders or guidance. It's that he expected his unit to be overrun within 48 hours. These reports, written by professional officers trained to maintain optimism even in difficult circumstances, conveyed desperation that higher commanders either couldn't or wouldn't acknowledge in their communications with Hitler's headquarters. The statistical reality of German dispositions by August 10th revealed the scale of the trap that was closing. Approximately 100,000 German troops from 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army were concentrated in the salient created by the failed Mortain Counterattack, with American forces advancing from the south and British-Canadian forces pressing from the north. German units in this salient possessed roughly 400 tanks and assault guns. They down from approximately 700 that had participated in the initial Mortain attack. Artillery strength had declined similarly due to Allied air attacks and ammunition shortages. Most critically, the escape routes available to German forces were narrowing rapidly as Allied advances continued. The gap through which German units could potentially withdraw was shrinking from approximately 30 miles wide on August 8th to perhaps 15 miles by August 10th, and every day of delay reduced that escape corridor further. Von Kluge understood these statistics. His staff officers updated the situation, maps hourly showing the closing trap. But, without Hitler's authorization to withdraw, von Kluge could only watch as the window for saving his armies gradually closed. You see, the contrast between German and Allied command flexibility during this period reveals one of the decisive advantages that contributed to Allied victory. Allied commanders, particularly Bradley and Patton, enjoyed significant latitude to adapt plans based on changing circumstances. When opportunities emerged, they could redirect forces, modify objectives, and exploit German vulnerabilities without requiring approval from distant headquarters. German commanders, conversely, operated within a system where Hitler personally controlled major operational decisions, and where requesting permission to adapt plans could be interpreted as defeatism, warranting severe punishment. This command rigidity meant that German forces couldn't respond effectively to rapidly changing circumstances, couldn't withdraw when withdrawal was obviously necessary, and couldn't concentrate against the greatest threats because forces were committed to objectives that no longer made strategic sense. The German Army of 1944 retained significant tactical proficiency at battalion and regimental level, but operational and strategic decision-making had become dysfunctional to the point of suicide. Officers like von Kluge, who recognized this dysfunction, found themselves paralyzed by a system that punished initiative and demanded obedience even when obedience guaranteed defeat. By August 11, 1944, von Kluge had essentially given up trying to convince Hitler of reality and instead began implementing what amounted to unauthorized withdrawals disguised as tactical adjustments. He issued orders for units to correct their positions to maintain contact with adjacent formations, which in practice meant pulling back from the most exposed positions in the Mortain salient. He authorized tactical regrouping that actually represented preparations for larger-scale withdrawals. These bureaucratic evasions fooled no one who examined them closely, but they provided von Kluge with enough official cover to begin extracting forces from the closing trap without explicitly disobeying Hitler's stand-fast orders. This was command through indirection, saying one thing officially while doing something else practically, and it represented the only way German officers could exercise military judgment within a command system that had become fundamentally irrational. The cost of this elaborate dance was time. Time that allowed Allied forces to tighten the encirclement, time that meant thousands of German soldiers would be killed or captured, who might have escaped if earlier, decisive orders had been issued. The German decision to hold rather than fold in early August 1944 wasn't really a decision at all. It was the absence of decision, the paralysis that resulted from a command system where the person with authority to make strategic choices was too detached from reality to make sound ones. Von Kluge and his subordinate commanders understood what needed to happen. They simply lacked the authority and perhaps the courage to make it happen without permission that would never come. German soldiers paid for this command failure with their lives and freedom, and fighting desperate defensive actions while awaiting withdrawal orders that arrived too late or not at all. By the time Hitler finally authorized withdrawal on August 16th, the opportunity to extract German forces from Normandy with reasonable casualties had passed. What might have been a difficult but manageable retreat became a catastrophic defeat, exactly as every tactical commander had warned would happen if withdrawal were delayed. The German decision to hold when they should have folded transformed a tactical setback into a strategic disaster, and that transformation was precisely what gave Patton's Third Army the opportunity to achieve the kind of decisive victory that operational commanders dream about but rarely experience. Mayenne, France, August 7, 1944, mid-morning. Major General Wade Hampton Hayslip, commanding 15th Corps, received orders from 3rd Army headquarters that would define his corps' mission for the next 2 weeks. Hayslip was to pivot his forces eastward from their initial movement south through Avranches and drive toward the town of Alençon, approximately 75 miles to the northeast. This maneuver would position 15th Corps on the southern flank of German forces committed to the Mortain Counterattack, potentially creating the southern anvil of an encirclement that British and Canadian forces would complete from the north. Hayslip, a soft-spoken Virginian who had graduated from West Point in 1912, the same class as Omar Bradley, understood immediately that he was being given one of the war's critical missions. If 15th Corps could reach Alençon and then push further north toward Argenton, German armies in Normandy would be trapped in a pocket with catastrophic implications for their entire defensive position in France. Hayslip called his division commanders together within hours of receiving Patton's orders and began issuing detailed movement instructions. Speed was essential, Patton emphasized, but so was maintaining organizational cohesion so that 15th Corps would arrive at Alençon as a combat-ready formation rather than a scattered collection of exhausted units. The 79th Infantry Division, commanded by Major General Ira Weische, led 15th Corps' advance toward Alençon during the critical period of August 8th through 12th. The 79th had seen significant combat during July's breakthrough operations around Saint-Lô and brought hard-won experience to this exploitation phase. Weische's soldiers encountered minimal German resistance during the first 2 days of the drive toward Alençon, mostly scattered rearguard units that offered brief firefights before withdrawing or surrendering. The division covered approximately 40 miles in the first 48 hours, an impressive pace for an infantry formation moving through territory that might contain enemy forces. Weich established a pattern of continuous movement, where forward elements advanced while following units consolidated positions and secured supply routes, creating a flowing advance that maintained momentum without completely sacrificing security. By August 10th, the lead elements of the 79th Division were approaching Alençon's outskirts, having traversed in 4 days terrain that pre-invasion planning had allocated 2 weeks to cover. The speed of this advance reflected not just American operational skill, but also the near-total collapse of German defensive coherence in this sector. The 5th Armored Division, the other major formation in 15th Corps, provided the mobile striking power that allowed Haslip's Corps to exploit opportunities as they emerged. 5th Armored was commanded by Major General Lunsford Oliver, a career armor officer who shared Patton's enthusiasm for aggressive mobile warfare. Oliver's division included approximately 11,000 personnel and 300 tanks, and organized into combat commands that could operate semi-independently or concentrate for major operations. During the drive toward Alençon, 5th Armored Division's reconnaissance elements ranged far ahead of the main body, sometimes advancing 30 to 40 miles beyond friendly infantry positions to identify German dispositions and locate potential resistance. On August 11th, Colonel John Collier led a reconnaissance in force that penetrated to within 5 miles of Alençon without encountering significant opposition. Collier radioed back that the route to Alençon appeared largely undefended, that German forces in this sector seemed to be withdrawing eastward rather than attempting to establish defensive positions. This intelligence allowed Oliver to push his entire division forward rapidly, reaching Alençon on August 12th with most of his combat power intact and ready for subsequent operations. The capture of Alençon on August 12, 1944, represented a critical milestone in the developing encirclement of German forces. Alençon sat at a key road junction connecting northern and southern France, making it strategically valuable as both a blocking position and a base for further advances. More importantly, Alençon's capture positioned 15th Corps approximately 30 miles south of Argentan, where coordination with British and Canadian forces advancing from the north could potentially close the pocket-trapping German armies. Haslip's forces entered Alençon against light resistance. Any German garrison forces having withdrawn during the previous night, rather than attempting a defense they knew would be overwhelmed. French civilians emerged to welcome American troops, offering wine, bread, and information about German movements. The liberation scene was joyful but brief. Haslip's orders called for immediate continuation toward Argentan, and his units paused in Alençon only long enough to establish supply points and coordinate with following formations. By the evening of August 12th, forward elements of 5th Armored Division were already pushing north from Alençon toward their next objective. The advance from Alençon toward Argentan, approximately 30 miles across relatively open terrain, though should have been straightforward given the pattern of minimal German resistance that 15th Corps had encountered since leaving Avranches. But German High Command, finally recognizing the scale of the trap closing on their armies, began rushing reinforcements to the Argentan sector to hold open the escape corridor. Elements of 2nd SS Panzer Division, 1st SS Panzer Division, and 9th SS Panzer Division, units that had been devastated during the Mortain Counterattack but retained enough combat power to conduct defensive operations, moved to positions north of Argentan. These forces established hasty defensive positions along the likely American approach routes, preparing to trade time for the escape of other German units streaming eastward through the narrowing gap. When lead elements of 5th Armored Division encountered these positions on August 13, the nature of operations changed abruptly. The easy exploitation phase ended, and serious combat began as German forces demonstrated that they could still mount effective resistance when defending critical terrain. Patton's direct communication with Heislip on August 13 emphasized the critical importance of reaching Argentan as quickly as possible. The radio message, preserved in Third Army records, was characteristically blunt. "I want you in Argentan as soon as possible. The entire operation depends on closing that gap. Don't worry about your flanks, don't worry about supply, just get to Argentan." This message reflected Patton's understanding that a historic opportunity was developing, and that complete encirclement of German forces in Normandy was possible if Allied forces moved fast enough. It also reflected his willingness to accept enormous risks, expose flanks, stretch supply lines, potential isolation of advanced units in exchange for decisive results. Heislip, more cautious by temperament than Patton but loyal to his commander's intent, pushed his forces forward despite growing concerns about German reinforcements and the vulnerability of 15th Corps' extended positions. The advance toward Argentan continued through August 13th and 14th, but progress slowed as German resistance stiffened. The French 2nd Armored Division, attached to 15th Corps and commanded by General Philippe Leclerc, added both capability and complexity to Heislip's operations. Leclerc's division consisted of approximately 16,000 Free French soldiers, many veterans of campaigns in North Africa and Italy, equipped with American tanks and vehicles, but maintaining distinctly French organizational structure and command culture. Leclerc was intensely focused on French honor and the symbolism of French forces participating prominently in France's liberation. His relationship with American commanders was sometimes tense, as Leclerc insisted on operational independence that American doctrine didn't normally allow for attached units. During the advance toward Argentan, Leclerc's forces operated on 15th Corps' eastern flank, engaging German forces attempting to escape the closing pocket. The French division's participation had genuine military value. But it also created coordination challenges as language barriers, different tactical procedures, and Leclerc's insistence on French visibility sometimes complicated Heislip's command arrangements. These were minor problems in the context of larger operations, but they illustrated how coalition warfare always involves managing political and cultural factors alongside purely military considerations. The statistical achievement of 15th Corps' advance from Avranches to the outskirts of Argentan reveals the operational tempo that American forces sustained during this critical period. The 79th Infantry Division covered approximately 65 miles in 4 days, August 8th through 12th, an average of over 16 miles per day for an infantry formation moving through potentially hostile territory. A 5th Armored Division covered similar distances, with lead elements ranging even further forward during reconnaissance operations. Approximately 40,000 soldiers with 6,000 vehicles executed this advance while maintaining enough organizational coherence to transition immediately into combat operations upon encountering German resistance. Fuel consumption during this period exceeded normal rates by approximately 40%. Supply convoys operating continuously to keep advancing units mobile. Casualties remained remarkably light, fewer than 500 killed, wounded, and missing during the entire advance to Alençon, reflecting the limited German resistance during the exploitation phase. These statistics demonstrate that properly executed mobile warfare could achieve extraordinary results with acceptable costs, at least when facing an enemy whose defensive coherence had already been shattered by previous operations. The challenge 15th Corps faced as it approached Argentan in mid-August was fundamentally different from the challenge it had faced during the exploitation phase from Avranches to Alençon. German forces defending the Argentan sector understood that they were holding open the escape route for tens of thousands of their comrades, and that motivation generated far more determined resistance than the demoralized rearguards Heislip's forces had encountered earlier. American units found themselves fighting against prepared defensive positions, coordinated artillery fire, and German forces willing to accept casualties to delay American advances. The operational question became whether 15th Corps could break through these defenses quickly enough to close the pocket before German armies escaped, or whether the delay would allow enough German forces to slip through the gap that the encirclement would be incomplete. Hazlitt pushed his units forward aggressively, accepting casualties that earlier in the campaign he might have avoided, because he understood that hours mattered and that the strategic payoff of complete encirclement justified significant tactical risks. By August 14th, 15th Corps was within 15 miles of Canadian forces advancing from the north, close enough that the gap between Allied forces could be measured in hours of travel time rather than days. The pocket was closing, but it hadn't closed yet, and every hour of delay meant more German forces escaping eastward toward positions where they could be reconstituted and committed to future battles. The experience of 15th Corps during early August 1944 illustrated both the potential and the limitations of mobile warfare. When facing disorganized opposition, properly trained and equipped, mechanized forces could advance at rates that exceeded anything previously achieved in military history, covering dozens of miles per day while maintaining combat effectiveness. But when that same mobile force encountered determined resistance in favorable terrain, advantages of speed and mobility diminished significantly, and operations reverted to more traditional forms of combat, where firepower, numbers, and tactical skill mattered more than operational tempo. Hazlitt's Corps demonstrated both of these realities during its advance from Avranches to Argentan. The exploitation phase from Avranches to Alençon represented mobile warfare at its most effective, rapid advances against minimal resistance that covered enormous distances with light casualties. The subsequent fighting approaching Argentan represented mobile warfare's limitations. Even mechanized forces with complete air superiority and material advantages struggled to break through prepared defenses manned by determined soldiers. The art of command involved recognizing which situation prevailed at any given moment and adjusting operations accordingly, something Hazlitt managed reasonably well, despite the enormous pressure he faced from Patton and the historic stakes of the operation he was conducting. Argentan, France. August 13th, 1944, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. General Wade Hazlitt stood in a temporary command post established in a farmhouse on Argentan's southern outskirts, studying maps that showed his forward elements approximately 15 miles south of Canadian forces advancing from the north. The gap between Allied forces was narrow enough that officers could theoretically drive from one army to the other in less than an hour under peacetime conditions. But this wasn't peacetime, and that 15-mile gap was crowded with retreating German divisions desperately trying to escape encirclement. Hazlitt had just received orders that stunned him and frustrated his subordinate commanders. Third Army was directed to halt at Argentan and not advance further north toward the Canadian positions. The order came through Bradley's headquarters and reflected coordination between American and British commands, but to Hazlitt and his officers, it seemed incomprehensible. They were within striking distance of completing the encirclement, their forces were positioned and ready to advance. German resistance, while determined, was not overwhelming, yet they were ordered to stop, to hold positions south of Argentan, and to allow whatever gap remained to be closed by British and Canadian forces advancing from the opposite direction. The decision would become one of World War II's most controversial command choices. The British and Canadian operation pushing south toward Falaise and Argentan, designated Operation Totalize, had begun on August 8th with high expectations, but soon encountered difficulties that slowed its progress. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, commanding 21st Army Group, and therefore all British and Canadian forces in Normandy, had designed Totalize as an armored thrust that would break through German defensive positions north of Falaise and drive rapidly south to link with American forces. The initial attack made significant gains, advancing several miles and overwhelming German forward positions. But by August 10th, the operation had bogged down against stiffening German resistance from 1st SS Panzer Corps, 2nd SS Panzer Division, and other elite formations that Hitler had concentrated in this sector, specifically to hold open the escape corridor. Canadian and British commanders found themselves fighting battles reminiscent of earlier Normandy operations. Each grinding advances measured in hundreds of yards per day, rather than the mobile breakthrough they had hoped to achieve. Montgomery's forces did capture Falaise on August 16th, but that was 4 days later than originally planned, and by then, the window for complete encirclement had narrowed considerably. Montgomery's decision to halt American forces at Argentan, while his own forces struggled to reach Falaise from the north, reflected his concerns about friendly fire incidents and command coordination. The British commander worried that if American and British Canadian forces both advanced into the shrinking pocket simultaneously, confusion in the close quarters fighting might lead to Allied units firing on each other. He also believed, with some justification, that clearly defined boundaries between Allied armies would prevent the command chaos that could result if multiple national forces operated in the same small area without clear delineation of responsibilities. Montgomery communicated these concerns to Eisenhower and Bradley, arguing that operational clarity and prevention of friendly fire casualties justified accepting a slower closure of the pocket. Bradley, while personally frustrated by the cautious approach, agreed to halt Third Army at Argentan and allow British Canadian forces to complete the encirclement from the north. The decision was made at the highest levels of Allied command, but its implementation fell to officers like Heislip, who could see the gap closing more slowly than German forces were escaping through it. The dimensions of the Falaise pocket by mid-August illustrated both the success and the incompleteness of the Allied encirclement strategy. By August 15th, approximately 100,000 German troops from 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army were trapped in a roughly triangular area bounded by Alençon to the south, Argentan to the southeast, and Falaise to the north. This pocket covered perhaps 300 square miles of Norman countryside, fields, hedgerows, small villages, and narrow roads that were now crowded with German forces attempting to withdraw eastward through the gap that remained open between Argentan and Falaise. Allied artillery ranged freely into the pocket. Aircraft attacked German columns almost continuously during daylight hours. And the pressure from all sides meant German units were compressed into ever smaller areas, where they became even more vulnerable to Allied firepower. Yet the pocket wasn't closed. A corridor perhaps 20 miles wide remained open through which German forces could escape if they moved quickly and accepted heavy casualties during the withdrawal. Every German commander understood that this corridor was closing, that every hour of delay meant the gap narrowed further, and that units trapped when the pocket finally closed would face destruction or capture. The controversy surrounding the Falaise pocket encirclement intensified in subsequent years, as historians debated whether Montgomery's caution cost the Allies an opportunity for complete destruction of German forces in Normandy. Critics, including many American officers and historians, argued that if Third Army had been allowed to continue advancing from Argentan northward on August 13th or 14th, the pocket could have been closed by August 15th, trapping significantly more German forces and potentially ending organized German resistance in France weeks earlier than actually occurred. They noted that 15th Corps was positioned and ready to advance, that German resistance, while determined, was not insurmountable, and that the friendly fire risks Montgomery cited were manageable through proper communication and coordination procedures that Allied forces had used successfully in other operations. These critics pointed out that Montgomery's own forces took 4 days longer than planned to reach Falaise, and that this delay allowed tens of thousands of German soldiers to escape, who might have been captured if the aggressive American advance had been permitted to continue. The debate became entangled with broader controversies about Montgomery's caution, Anglo-American rivalry, and different national approaches to military operations. Montgomery's defenders argued that the field marshal's concerns about friendly fire and command confusion were legitimate, and that criticism of his decision reflected hindsight bias. They noted that Allied forces advancing toward each other in close quarters had resulted in tragic friendly fire incidents in other campaigns, including during Operation Cobra in late July, when American aircraft bombed American ground positions, killing Lieutenant General Leslie McNair. They emphasized that coordinating attacks from multiple directions without clear boundaries between forces risked exactly the kind of confusion that could lead to Allied units engaging each other. Montgomery's defenders also noted that even with the delay in closing the pocket, Allied forces inflicted catastrophic casualties on German armies in Normandy, capturing or killing hundreds of thousands of soldiers and destroying equipment that could not be quickly replaced. From this perspective, the Falaise pocket was a significant Allied victory, even if it wasn't the complete annihilation that more aggressive tactics might have achieved. The debate ultimately comes down to risk assessment, whether the potential benefits of attempting complete encirclement justified accepting the risks that more aggressive operations would have entailed. The German perspective on the closing Falaise pocket reveals the desperation and chaos that characterized their situation in mid-August. Wehrmacht officers who survived the encirclement and wrote accounts after the war described scenes of almost indescribable confusion as divisions that had maintained reasonable cohesion earlier in the campaign disintegrated into desperate collections of soldiers trying to find routes eastward. Command and control broke down as communication systems were destroyed by Allied attacks, as higher headquarters lost contact with subordinate units, and as the fog of war thickened to the point where division commanders sometimes knew less about their unit's positions than did Allied intelligence officers reading intercepted radio traffic. German soldiers abandoned heavy equipment, spiked artillery pieces, all burned vehicles that lacked fuel, and destroyed equipment they couldn't carry, attempting to travel light enough to move quickly through the closing gap. Some units maintained enough discipline to conduct fighting withdrawals, establishing temporary defensive positions that delayed Allied advances long enough for other German formations to slip past. Other units simply dissolved, soldiers discarding weapons and walking eastward alone or in small groups, no longer functioning as military formations, but rather as refugees fleeing a catastrophe. The final closure of the Falaise pocket occurred between August 18th and 21st as Canadian, Polish, and American forces finally linked up in the vicinity of Chambois and Troun, two small towns that became the focal points for the last German escape attempts. The fighting during these final days was brutal and confused, with Allied units sometimes engaging each other in the close quarters before communication and coordination could be established. German forces attempting to break through Allied lines mounted desperate attacks that reflected more desperation than realistic hope for success. Some succeeded through a combination of determination, luck, and the inevitable gaps that exist in any encirclement operation conducted across dozens of miles of countryside. Others were stopped, either surrendering when continued resistance became obviously futile or fighting until they were killed or wounded. By August 21st, organized German resistance within the pocket had ceased, though scattered groups continued attempting to escape for several days afterward. And Allied forces began the grim task of processing tens of thousands of prisoners, collecting abandoned equipment, and burying the dead from both sides. The human cost of the Falaise pocket battle exceeded anything seen in Normandy since D-Day itself. Allied casualties during the encirclement operations totaled approximately 10,000 killed and wounded, primarily among Canadian and Polish forces who bore the brunt of final closure fighting. German casualties were far higher, approximately 50,000 killed or wounded, plus another 50,000 captured within the pocket itself. These figures don't include the thousands of German soldiers who escaped the pocket, but did so without heavy equipment, effectively removing them from combat effectiveness for weeks or months, while they were reconstituted and re-equipped. The physical destruction within the pocket was staggering. Approximately 400 tanks destroyed or abandoned, 1,500 other vehicles wrecked, 10,000 horses killed, artillery pieces and equipment scattered across the countryside in scenes that photographers documented as evidence of German defeat. French civilians who returned to villages within the pocket area found their homes destroyed, their fields littered with military debris, and the landscape transformed by the intense combat that had raged across it for 2 weeks. The question of how many German soldiers escaped the Falaise pocket remains debated by historians because definitive records were not kept during the chaos of the withdrawal, and because German and Allied estimates vary significantly. Conservative estimates suggest an approximately 50,000 German troops escaped through the gap before it closed, while other assessments place the number as high as 100,000. The true figure probably lies somewhere between these estimates, perhaps 60 to 80,000 soldiers who successfully withdrew from the pocket and eventually reached German lines further east. These escapees represented both a failure of the encirclement strategy and a testament to German tactical skill and determination under impossibly difficult circumstances. Many of these soldiers would be reconstituted into new formations, and would fight again in later campaigns, meaning that the incompleteness of the Falaise Pocket encirclement had tangible consequences for subsequent operations. The units that escaped brought tactical knowledge, a combat experience, and cadres of officers and non-commissioned officers around whom new formations could be built, preserving institutional knowledge that would have been lost if the encirclement had been complete. The Falaise Pocket stands as both an Allied victory and a missed opportunity, a characterization that captures the complex reality of military operations, where success is rarely absolute and where decisions made under pressure with incomplete information have consequences that only become clear in retrospect. The encirclement destroyed German combat power in Normandy as an effective fighting force, ending any possibility that Germany could hold a coherent defensive line in France and opening the way for Allied advances that would reach the German frontier by September. This was a significant achievement that shortened the war and saved countless Allied lives by preventing the kind of prolonged campaign in France that might otherwise have been necessary. But the encirclement also allowed significant German forces to escape, who might have been captured if operations had been conducted more aggressively, and those escaped forces would exact costs in later battles that a more complete victory at Falaise might have prevented. The controversy over whether the pocket should have been closed faster and more aggressively reflects deeper questions about military philosophy, whether commanders should prioritize certainty over potential, whether accepting higher risks in pursuit of decisive victory is worth the costs if those risks don't fully materialize as hoped. There are no simple answers to these questions, and only the recognition that command decisions in warfare invariably involve trade-offs between competing objectives and that hindsight always provides clarity that wasn't available when the actual decisions had to be made. Trun, France, August 17, 1944, nightfall. German columns streamed eastward through the narrowing gap between Allied forces, moving under cover of darkness to avoid the devastating air attacks that had torn through their formations during daylight hours. These weren't the organized military formations that had entered Normandy in June. Rather, they were desperate collections of soldiers, vehicles, and equipment trying to reach safety before the pocket closed completely. 2nd SS Panzer Division maintained better cohesion than most German units during the withdrawal, Olds conducting fighting rearguard actions that bought time for other formations to escape. But even elite SS formations showed signs of the terrible pressure they had endured. Tanks abandoned for lack of fuel, infantry riding on any vehicle that still moved, artillery pieces destroyed to prevent capture, wounded men left behind with medical personnel hoping for Allied mercy. The escape through the Falaise Gap was becoming one of the war's most dramatic episodes, a race between German desperation and Allied closure, where the outcome would determine how complete the Norman victory became. Every hour counted, every delay meant fewer Germans escaped, every gap in Allied lines meant another battalion slipping through to fight another day. The formal order for German withdrawal, designated Operation Rückzug or Aachen Withdrawal, came from Hitler's headquarters on August 16th, approximately 9 days after the most prudent withdrawal date identified by German field commanders. The delay cost German armies dearly, transforming what might have been a difficult but manageable retreat into a catastrophic rout that cost tens of thousands of casualties and nearly all heavy equipment committed to Normandy. Field Marshal von Kluge, who had advocated for earlier withdrawal but had been overruled by Hitler, issued detailed instructions attempting to impose order on chaos. 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army would withdraw through the Trun-Chambois corridor in sequential phases, with armored formations providing rearguard protection while infantry and support units moved east. Priority for vehicles would go to moving personnel rather than equipment, recognizing that soldiers could be preserved even if tanks and artillery had to be abandoned. The order emphasized maintaining unit cohesion where possible and establishing rally points east of the pocket where survivors could be collected and reorganized. These were sound instructions that reflected professional military judgment, but they arrived too late to prevent disaster, and in circumstances where implementation depended more on individual initiative than on functioning command structures. The Wehrmacht's withdrawal through the Falaise Gap demonstrated both the German army's tactical proficiency and the insurmountable difficulties they faced. German military culture emphasized small unit initiative and non-commissioned officer competence, and training that paid dividends during the chaotic withdrawal when higher command structures had essentially ceased functioning. Platoon and company commanders made independent decisions about routes, timing, and whether to fight through resistance or bypass it. Some units maintained remarkable discipline, moving in organized columns with reconnaissance elements forward, security on flanks, and procedures for dealing with vehicle breakdowns that preserved as many soldiers as possible. Other units dissolved completely, officers unable to maintain control as soldiers discarded weapons and equipment in desperate attempts to move faster. German military police attempted to maintain order at key road junctions, directing traffic and preventing the total gridlock that could have stopped the withdrawal entirely. These efforts were only partially successful. The roads through the gap became choked with vehicles, horses, and personnel, moving in conditions that resembled panicked flight more than military withdrawal. Allied air power inflicted terrible casualties on German forces withdrawing through the gap during daylight hours of August 17th through 20th. The 9th Air Force, Tactical Air Force, primarily Republic P-47 Thunderbolts, flew hundreds of sorties each day, attacking German columns with rockets, bombs, and cannon fire. Pilots reported that targets were so numerous they simply selected sections of road and made repeated attacks until ammunition was exhausted, then returned to base, rearmed, and launched again. The same air superiority that had protected Allied advances now made German withdrawal a daylight nightmare. The German forces adapted by moving primarily at night and during periods of bad weather when Allied aircraft were grounded. This slowed the withdrawal considerably, but reduced casualties from air attack. Some German commanders attempted to establish anti-aircraft protection for their withdrawing units, positioning what remained of their flak batteries to provide covering fire. These efforts were marginally effective. German anti-aircraft units were themselves trying to escape and couldn't establish the kind of integrated defensive systems that might have seriously challenged Allied air supremacy. The sky belonged to the Allies, and German forces paid continuously for that disadvantage. French civilians in towns and villages along the German escape route witnessed scenes that many later described as apocalyptic. Madame Adrienne Fontaine, a schoolteacher in the village of Chambois, kept a diary during August 1944 that recorded German columns passing through during the nights of August 18th and 19th. She described soldiers who looked exhausted beyond anything she'd previously witnessed, many wounded, most lacking proper equipment. Some riding horses, others walking, all moving with the desperate urgency of men who knew death followed close behind. Fontaine noted that some German soldiers knocked on doors requesting food or water, sometimes receiving it from French civilians who recognized common humanity despite years of occupation. She also recorded that other German soldiers simply took what they needed, breaking into homes and farms to steal food, clothing, or vehicles, the veneer of military discipline having cracked under unbearable stress. Nina, her diary captured the complexity of liberation, joy that German occupation was ending, mixed with fear of the violence and chaos that accompanied military collapse. The war was leaving Normandy, but it was doing so in the most destructive manner possible. The scale of equipment losses German forces sustained during the Falaise Pocket operation exceeded anything they had experienced since Stalingrad. Allied intelligence estimates, confirmed by post-battle surveys, suggested approximately 400 German tanks and assault guns were destroyed or abandoned in the pocket. This represented roughly 60% of German armored strength that had been committed to Normandy operations. Vehicle losses were even more catastrophic. Approximately 1,500 trucks, half-tracks, and other motorized vehicles were wrecked or captured. Artillery losses exceeded 10,000 pieces of various types, from heavy field guns to smaller anti-tank weapons. Perhaps most telling were the horse casualties, approximately 10,000 horses killed, reflecting the fact that German forces in 1944 still relied heavily on animal transport, despite the mechanized image projected by Nazi propaganda. These material losses could not be quickly replaced. Germany's industrial production was impressive, but it could not generate 400 tanks and 1,500 vehicles overnight. The Normandy defeat meant German armies in the West would fight subsequent campaigns with significantly reduced equipment, forcing adaptations and compromises that affected every operation through the war's end. American casualties during the final encirclement phase, while modest compared to German losses, still represented significant costs paid by units closing the pocket. 4th Armored Division, 2nd French Armored Division, and various Canadian and Polish formations suffered approximately 4,000 killed and wounded during August 16th through 21st. These casualties resulted primarily from German rearguard actions, where determined defenders traded their lives for time, allowing other German units to escape while Allied forces dealt with the resistance. Some of the fiercest fighting occurred at small towns like Chambois and Saint-Lambert-sur-Dive, places whose names meant nothing strategically, but which became focal points for desperate last stands. And Allied forces found themselves fighting through German positions that were defended with the intensity of men who knew they were buying escape for their comrades with their own deaths. The respect that enemy combatants sometimes develop for each other was evident in accounts from this period. Allied soldiers, recognizing that the German soldiers they fought during the pocket closure were displaying courage and tactical skill even in hopeless circumstances. This recognition didn't prevent the fighting, but it did influence how prisoners were treated and how these battles were remembered by participants. The escape route through Troon and Chambois became known in German accounts as the Corridor of Death, a name that captured the terrible casualties German forces suffered even as they successfully withdrew. The roads through this corridor were lined with destroyed vehicles, dead horses, and abandoned equipment that testified to the intensity of Allied attacks. German soldiers who survived the passage later described moving through landscapes of carnage, where every few hundred yards brought them past another destroyed column or burning vehicle, where the air smelled of death and explosives, where survival seemed more a matter of random chance than tactical skill. Medical personnel faced impossible situations, with thousands of wounded but limited capacity to transport them, and knowledge that anyone left behind would likely be captured even if they received treatment. Some German medical officers made the heart-wrenching decision to remain with wounded soldiers rather than escape themselves, choosing capture in order to provide medical care. These decisions reflected the ethical dilemmas that combat creates, situations where every choice involves abandoning some moral principle and where survival often means accepting guilt for decisions that circumstances made necessary. The statistical assessment of German forces that escaped the Falaise pocket reveals both the partial success of Allied encirclement and the incomplete nature of the victory. Of approximately 400,000 German troops in Normandy on August 1st, roughly 200,000 escaped eastward and survived to fight in subsequent campaigns. These survivors included many of the most experienced and capable German soldiers, officers and non-commissioned officers who provided institutional knowledge and tactical expertise that would have been lost if the encirclement had been complete. If some entire divisions escaped relatively intact, others were reconstituted from survivors of multiple destroyed formations. The escapees formed the cadre around which German defenses in eastern France and eventually on the German frontier itself would be organized. From an Allied perspective, this meant that while the Normandy campaign had been decisively won, the war would continue, and the German soldiers who escaped the Falaise pocket would exact costs in future battles. The incomplete encirclement had strategic consequences that extended far beyond August 1944, influencing the pace and cost of Allied advances through the fall and winter that followed. The broader question raised by the German escape from Falaise is whether earlier, a more aggressive closure of the pocket would have significantly changed the war's trajectory. This counterfactual question has no definitive answer, but examining the possibilities provides insight into the stakes of command decisions made in August 1944. If the pocket had closed on August 14th or 15th instead of August 20th or 21st, perhaps an additional 30,000 to 50,000 German soldiers might have been captured. These troops would not have been available for defensive operations in eastern France during September and October, potentially allowing Allied forces to advance further and faster toward Germany. The absence of experienced German cadres might have meant that units defending the Siegfried Line and subsequent positions would have been less capable, thus potentially shortening battles or reducing Allied casualties. Alternatively, Germany might have found ways to replace these losses through mobilization of reserves, redeployment from other theaters, or other expedients. The historical record suggests that, by late 1944, Germany's strategic situation was hopeless, regardless of tactical victories or defeats, meaning that whether the Falaise pocket closed completely or partially probably didn't fundamentally alter the war's outcome, though it certainly affected its pace and cost. The escape from Falaise became mythologized in post-war German military literature as an example of Wehrmacht tactical excellence and perseverance under impossible conditions. These German accounts emphasize the skill and determination that allowed so many soldiers to escape despite overwhelming Allied advantages, framing the withdrawal as a victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. This mythologizing served the post-war purposes, allowing German veterans to maintain professional pride and suggesting that German military performance remained exemplary even as strategic leadership failed. The reality was more complex. German forces escaped partly through tactical skill, but also through Allied caution, coordination difficulties, and the inevitable gaps that exist in any encirclement operation. The escape was as much a failure of Allied aggressiveness as a success of German capability, though acknowledging this doesn't diminish the genuine hardship and danger that German soldiers endured during the withdrawal. Military history is often written by those who need to find meaning in suffering, and for German veterans of Normandy, framing the escape as a tactical achievement helped make sense of a campaign that had been a strategic catastrophe. The truth, as usual, contained elements of multiple narratives, German tactical proficiency, Allied operational success, but strategic incompleteness, and the fundamental uncertainty that characterizes warfare where outcomes depend on thousands of individual decisions and chance events that no commander can fully control. 3rd Army Headquarters, Neyhu, France. August 14th, 1944, evening. George Patton sat alone in his quarters, writing in his personal journal about the day's events and his reaction to orders halting 3rd Army at Argentan. The journal entry, preserved in archives and later published, reveals Patton's thinking more candidly than his official communications ever could. "I believe that halting at Argentan is correct," he wrote, surprisingly given his reputation for always advocating maximum aggressiveness. "Montgomery is the senior commander in this sector, and we must follow his directives regardless of personal opinions. The coordination between national forces is more important than any individual tactical decision." This restraint, this acceptance of authority and hierarchy, contradicted the popular image of Patton as a commander who constantly pushed boundaries and ignored inconvenient orders. The reality was more nuanced. The Patton understood when to accept decisions made at higher levels, and when his objections would damage Allied cohesion more than they would improve tactical outcomes. His decision-making during the Falaise pocket operations revealed maturity and judgment that his critics often failed to recognize. General Omar Bradley's post-war assessment of Patton's decision-making during August 1944 offers perspective from a commander who worked closely with Patton and understood both his strengths and weaknesses. Bradley wrote in his memoirs that Patton had been absolutely right to maintain maximum momentum during the breakthrough from Avranches. That speed had been the critical weapon that shattered German defensive coherence. Bradley also argued that the decision to halt at Argentan, while frustrating to aggressive commanders, all represented justified caution in circumstances where coordination between Allied forces was paramount. Bradley noted that Patton had questioned the halt order privately, but had implemented it without public objection, showing professional discipline that Patton's theatrical public persona often obscured. Bradley's assessment suggested that Patton in August 1944 operated at peak effectiveness, combining aggressive exploitation with recognition of when higher-level constraints needed to be respected. This balance between audacity and discipline distinguished truly effective commanders from those who were merely aggressive or merely obedient. The Brittany detachment decision, discussed in earlier chapters, remained controversial among 3rd Army's Corps commanders even as operations continued. Now, 8th Corps Commander Troy Middleton believed the Brittany operation served legitimate strategic purposes, securing ports and eliminating German garrisons that could threaten 3rd Army's rear areas. 15th Corps Commander Wade Heislip was more skeptical, arguing in private conversations that the forces committed to Brittany would have been decisive if concentrated for the encirclement operation. 4th Armored Division Commander John Wood remained the most vocal critic, writing in his diary that the Brittany decision reflected Patton's obsession with controlling geography, rather than destroying enemy forces. These differing assessments reflected honest professional disagreements about priorities and resources, the kind of debates that occur within any large organization facing complex decisions. The fact that Patton's subordinates felt comfortable expressing these disagreements, at least privately, suggested a command climate that tolerated dissent and valued professional judgment, even when that judgment contradicted the commanding general's decisions. Staff conversations at 3rd Army headquarters during mid-August revealed the internal debates about decision-making that occurred behind the public face of command certainty. Colonel Oscar Koch, 3rd Army's intelligence officer, presented situation assessments that emphasized the opportunity for encircling German forces, but also highlighted the risks of overextension and supply vulnerability. Colonel Walter Mueller, the operations officer, advocated for maximum aggressive exploitation, and arguing that 3rd Army should push as far and as fast as possible regardless of supply constraints. Brigadier General Hobart Gay, Patton's chief of staff, played the role of moderator, trying to ensure that decisions reflected comprehensive analysis rather than simple preference for action. These staff discussions, documented in 3rd Army records and post-war interviews with participants, revealed that Patton's decision-making was far more systematic and consultative than the popular image of a lone commander making instant tactical judgments suggested. Patton encouraged debate, listened to dissenting views, and made decisions only after considering multiple perspectives, even if he sometimes overruled cautious advice in favor of aggressive action. And the comparison between Patton's decision-making process and the dysfunctional German command system during August 1944 illuminates one of the crucial Allied advantages. Patton could question orders from Bradley, could advocate for alternative approaches, and could implement decisions with considerable tactical flexibility once strategic guidance was established. German commanders like von Kluge operated in an environment where questioning Hitler's orders risked severe punishment, where tactical flexibility was limited by ideological constraints, and where professional military judgment was subordinated to political considerations. This difference in command culture didn't guarantee Allied victory in any single engagement. But across an entire campaign, it meant Allied forces could adapt to changing circumstances, while German forces remained locked into plans that no longer made sense. Patton's willingness to accept the Argenton-Halt order, despite his personal preference for continued advance, illustrated the kind of professional subordination that made Allied coalition warfare possible. German commanders who might have shown similar professional judgment were prevented from doing so by a command system that punished initiative and demanded obedience regardless of tactical reality. The question of how different Patton's decisions would have been if he had enjoyed independent command authority, not subordinate to Bradley and Montgomery, provides interesting speculation about personality and command structures. That Patton's entire career had been marked by tension between his aggressive instincts and the hierarchical constraints of military organization. In Sicily, he had sometimes stretched his orders to the point of near insubordination, creating problems that contributed to his later difficulties. In France during August 1944, Patton showed greater restraint, accepting guidance from higher headquarters even when he disagreed with specific decisions. Whether this reflected personal growth, recognition that the stakes in France were higher than in Sicily, or simply better leadership from Bradley than from earlier superiors remains debatable. What seems clear is that Patton functioned most effectively when he had clear strategic guidance but considerable tactical freedom, when he knew the objectives but could choose the methods. Bradley provided this kind of leadership, giving Patton the freedom to conduct aggressive operations while maintaining strategic coherence across 1st and 3rd Armies. An independent Patton, with no superior authority to restrain him, might have achieved spectacular successes, but also might have created strategic problems through overextension or lack of coordination with Allied forces operating elsewhere. Documentary evidence from 3rd Army's radio communications during August 6th through 21st reveals the constant dialogue between Bradley's 1st Army Group headquarters and Patton's 3rd Army headquarters. Over 50 radiograms were exchanged during this 15-day period, discussing objectives, boundaries, priorities, supply allocations, and coordination requirements. These communications show a dynamic decision-making process where initial plans were constantly modified based on changing circumstances and new information. Bradley would issue general guidance. Patton would propose specific operations to achieve those objectives. Bradley would approve or modify the proposals, and Patton would implement with adaptations based on tactical reality. This process was neither pure top-down command nor pure bottom-up initiative, but rather a collaborative approach where strategic vision and operational execution reinforced each other. The success of 3rd Army's August operations owed as much to this effective command relationship as to any tactical decisions made at lower levels. The personnel that Patton surrounded himself with at 3rd Army headquarters reflected his understanding that effective command required balancing aggressive instincts with sound analysis and systematic planning. His corps commanders, Middleton, Hayslip, and others, brought diverse experiences and temperaments that provided Patton with multiple perspectives on operational problems. His staff officers combined technical competence with willingness to challenge their commanders' assumptions when necessary. This was not a headquarters where yes men simply executed Patton's wishes without question. Rather, it was an organization where professional debate occurred within a framework of clear authority and shared objectives. The contrast with German headquarters, all where officers feared to contradict higher authority and where Hitler's presence poisoned rational discussion, was striking. Patton's headquarters wasn't perfect. It sometimes made mistakes and occasionally let aggressive impulses override careful analysis, but it functioned as a professional military organization where decisions reflected collective judgment rather than individual whim. Patton's radio message to 3rd Army on August 16th, after the Falaise pocket had been effectively closed and German forces were in full retreat, revealed his own assessment of the preceding operations. 3rd Army has captured 113,000 prisoners since activation, the message read. Enemy forces are in full flight. All units will continue aggressive pursuit and maintain maximum pressure. As well done. This message was characteristically Patton, emphasizing results achieved, acknowledging success, and immediately focusing on continuing operations rather than pausing to celebrate. It also revealed his understanding that warfare was fundamentally about destroying or capturing enemy forces, that territorial gains mattered primarily as means to that end, and that maintaining momentum prevented enemies from recovering and establishing new defensive positions. The message made no reference to controversies about the Argentan Halt, the Brittany detachment, or supply constraints. Patton focused on accomplishment and future operations, leaving historical debates about decision-making quality to others. The retrospective interview with Wade Hayslip in 1960, 16 years after the Normandy campaign, provided additional insight into how Patton's subordinates viewed his decision-making. Hayslip noted that Patton had an intuitive understanding of when to accept orders and when to push for modifications, that he knew when battles with higher headquarters were worth fighting, and when they would simply create friction without changing outcomes. Hayslip recalled that Patton had initially questioned the Brittany commitment, but had accepted Bradley's explanation and had never allowed his doubts to affect his public support for the operation. This political awareness, this understanding that command required managing relationships as much as directing combat operations, distinguished effective senior commanders from brilliant tactical leaders who never developed the interpersonal skills necessary for higher command. All Patton in August 1944 demonstrated these political skills alongside his more famous tactical abilities, suggesting that his effectiveness resulted from personal growth and adaptation, rather than simply from talents he'd always possessed. The audacity question, whether Patton's decision-making during this Avranches breakthrough reflected calculated judgment or reckless gambling, probably can't be answered definitively, because the distinction between the two depends partly on outcomes that weren't predetermined. Patton took enormous risks with extended supply lines, exposed flanks, and operational tempos that exceeded established doctrine. These risks paid off because German forces were already collapsing, and because Allied material superiority could absorb mistakes that would have been catastrophic for weaker forces. If German forces had been more resilient, if they had mounted effective counterattacks against Third Army's exposed positions, if supply systems had broken down completely rather than adapting successfully, then Patton's decisions would look much less brilliant in retrospect. The line between audacity and recklessness is often drawn by outcomes rather than by the quality of decision-making at the time decisions are made. What can be said with confidence is that Patton's decisions in August 1944 reflected careful calculation of risks versus benefits, consultation with knowledgeable staff and subordinate commanders, and willingness to accept authority from higher headquarters when necessary. This wasn't reckless gambling, it was aggressive exploitation based on assessment of circumstances that, while imperfect, may prove substantially correct. The audacity question ultimately matters less than the reality that Patton's decision-making during the Normandy breakthrough contributed significantly to Allied success in a campaign that shortened the war and saved countless lives. Whether he was audacious or merely fortunate, the results justified the risks, and in warfare, results are ultimately what historians judge commanders by, however unfair that standard may sometimes be. The Sée River, France. August 21st, 1944, mid-morning. Lead elements of 4th Armored Division approached the Sée, the historic river that had marked the boundary of Normandy for centuries, and that now represented the gateway to Paris and the interior of France. Colonel Bruce Clark's tankers had covered over 150 miles in 2 weeks, fighting occasional rearguard actions, but mostly advancing through territory where German defensive coherence had completely collapsed. Clark halted his column on the western bank and sent reconnaissance units forward to identify crossing points. What they found was remarkable. German forces had attempted to destroy bridges during their retreat, but many crossings remained passable, and the French resistance had preserved several bridges by cutting demolition wires before German engineers could detonate charges. Within hours, American combat engineers were constructing Bailey bridges to supplement existing crossings, and by evening, tanks were rolling across the Seine in a steady stream. The crossing was almost unopposed, and German forces that might have defended the river line had either been destroyed in the Falaise pocket or were retreating too rapidly to establish coherent defensive positions. The Seine, which might have been a formidable obstacle requiring weeks to overcome, was crossed in days with minimal casualties. The pursuit phase had begun, and nothing seemed capable of stopping Third Army's advance. The transformation of the campaign from breakthrough to pursuit represented a fundamental shift in the nature of operations. During the Avranches breakthrough and Falaise encirclement, Third Army had fought against organized German resistance, forces that, while outmatched, still maintained unit cohesion and could conduct coordinated defensive operations. After the Falaise pocket closed, a German resistance fragmented into scattered rearguards and desperate improvised units that lacked the organization to mount sustained defense. This meant Third Army's advance accelerated even beyond the impressive pace achieved in early August. 4th Armored Division routinely covered 50 miles per day during late August, sometimes advancing that distance without firing a shot in anger. French civilians emerged to welcome American troops in village after village, offering directions to German positions, identifying collaborators, and celebrating liberation with wine, flowers, and tears. The scenes were joyous, but also revealed the complex politics of occupied France, where settling scores from 4 years of collaboration and resistance created tensions that American troops often didn't understand and weren't prepared to mediate. Paris represented both a military objective and a political symbol of such magnitude that its liberation required careful handling by Allied commanders. Charles de Gaulle, leader of Free France, insisted that French forces must participate prominently in liberating the capital to restore French honor and establish his political authority. Eisenhower initially planned to bypass Paris, concerned that taking responsibility for feeding and administering a city of several million people would strain Allied logistics and divert resources from military operations. But as Third Army advanced eastward, and as French resistance forces inside Paris began an uprising against German occupation forces on August 19th, the decision to delay Paris's liberation became politically untenable. Eisenhower authorized French 2nd Armored Division, Au attached to Third Army, but operating with considerable autonomy to enter Paris ahead of American forces. Patton, who might have insisted on American troops entering first, recognized the political importance of French forces leading the liberation and issued orders allowing Leclerc's division to advance on Paris on August 24th. French tanks entered the city that evening, and by August 25th, Paris was liberated with German garrison commander General Dietrich von Choltitz surrendering rather than following Hitler's orders to destroy the city. The military significance of Paris's liberation extended beyond symbolism. The city sat at the hub of France's rail and road networks, making it strategically valuable as a logistics and communications center. More importantly, liberating Paris demonstrated to the world that Nazi Germany's control of Western Europe was ending, that Allied victory was no longer a distant possibility, but an emerging reality. The psychological impact on both sides was profound. Allied soldiers gained confidence that they were participating in a historic advance that would lead to Germany's defeat. German soldiers, even those not directly affected by Paris's fall, recognized that the strategic situation had become hopeless, that continued resistance might delay but could not prevent Allied victory. French civilians across the country, hearing news of Paris's liberation via BBC radio broadcasts and French resistance networks, understood that 4 years of occupation were ending and that the Allied advance would soon reach their own communities. The liberation transformed the war's psychological landscape in ways that tactical victories alone could never achieve. General John Wood's 4th Armored Division exemplified the operational tempo Third Army sustained during the pursuit phase. Between August 21st and 31st, Wood's division covered 390 miles, an average of over 35 miles per day, for 11 consecutive days of operations. This wasn't simply driving on empty roads, but rather combat operations requiring constant tactical decisions about routes, handling resistance, coordinating with adjacent units, and managing supplies. Wood's tanks traveled so fast that supply convoys sometimes couldn't keep pace, forcing tankers to halt periodically while fuel trucks raced forward. Crews ate and slept inside vehicles. All performed maintenance during brief stops and operated with minimal rest because Wood, like Patton, believed that exhaustion was preferable to giving Germans time to organize defenses. The division's soldiers later described this period as both exhilarating and exhausting, the constant movement preventing the kind of static warfare that characterized earlier Normandy operations, but also creating its own kind of stress through relentless pace and uncertainty about when or where the advance would end. The crossing of the Meuse River on August 31st represented another milestone in Third Army's advance, and another example of how German defensive capabilities had deteriorated. The Meuse, like the Seine, though it was a substantial river that, under normal circumstances, would have required careful assault, river crossing operations with significant casualties. But by late August, German forces lacked the organization and resources to defend river lines effectively. Third Army's engineers found multiple intact bridges, established crossings quickly, and pushed combat units across with minimal resistance. Within 24 hours of reaching the Meuse, substantial Third Army forces were operating on the eastern bank and continuing their eastward advance. The ease of these river crossings contrasted sharply with the bloody battles required to force river crossings earlier in the war and in other theaters, demonstrating how completely German defensive coherence in France had collapsed, and rivers that should have been formidable obstacles became minor delays, slowing Third Army's advance by hours or days rather than weeks. The statistical achievement of Third Army's movement during August and early September 1944 exceeded anything previously accomplished in modern warfare. From activation on August 1st through the end of August, Third Army advanced approximately 200 miles, fought numerous engagements, captured over 150,000 prisoners, and liberated hundreds of French towns and cities. Vehicle movement totaled millions of vehicle miles, an administrative and logistical achievement that required extraordinary coordination. Fuel consumption reached approximately 400,000 gallons per day during peak operations, and twice the normal consumption rate for an army of Third Army's size. Ammunition expenditure, while high during combat operations, remained lower than in static warfare, because the rapid advance prevented the kind of protracted artillery duels that characterize battles like Caen. Personnel casualties, approximately 15,000 killed, wounded, and missing during August, were modest compared to First Army's casualties during the same period, suggesting that mobile warfare, despite its risks, could sometimes be less costly in lives than static defensive battles. These statistics demonstrated that Patton's philosophy of rapid exploitation wasn't just theoretically sound, but practically achievable with proper planning and execution. The comparison between Third Army's advance and historical precedents reveals just how revolutionary the pace was. Napoleon's armies, considered the masters of mobile warfare in their era, typically advanced 10 to 15 miles per day during sustained campaigns, covering hundreds of miles over weeks or months. German blitzkrieg operations in 1940 achieved 30 to 40 miles per day at peak pace, but couldn't sustain that tempo for extended periods due to logistical constraints. Soviet deep operations in 1943 and 44 featured similar rates of advance but with different logistical systems that accepted higher equipment losses than during American Doctrine tolerated. Third Army's advance sustained 40 to 50 miles per day for extended periods while maintaining organizational coherence and logistical support, and representing a quantitative advance that became qualitative in its implications. This wasn't simply moving faster, it was moving so much faster that German commanders couldn't adapt their decision-making processes to match American operational tempo. By the time German headquarters received reports of American positions and issued orders responding to those reports, American forces had often moved another 50 miles and rendered those orders irrelevant. French civilians experiencing liberation during Third Army's advance encountered a strange combination of joy, chaos, and lingering danger. American soldiers were generally welcomed as liberators, but the speed of the advance meant that civil affairs units and military government personnel often arrived days after combat troops had passed through. This created temporary power vacuums where French resistance forces and returning civil authorities competed for control, where scores were settled with suspected collaborators without legal process, and where the euphoria of liberation mixed with the violence of retribution. Some American commanders attempted to maintain order and prevent summary executions of collaborators. Others considered such matters internal French affairs and focused exclusively on military operations. The approach varied by unit and individual commander, creating inconsistency in how liberating forces handled the complex political situation in newly freed territories. These challenges, while secondary to military operations, illustrated that liberation was never a simple good. It was a complex process that created new problems even as it solved old ones. And the pursuit phase also revealed the limits of German defensive capabilities by late summer 1944. Wehrmacht forces that might have been formidable in defensive positions simply lacked the time and resources to establish such positions before American forces overran them. German commanders issued orders for defensive lines to be established along various river barriers and geographic features, but units tasked with establishing these defenses often arrived to find American forces already present or arriving shortly thereafter. The pace of operations had become so rapid that space had ceased to provide the time that defense traditionally required. German military doctrine emphasized flexible defense, trading space for time, but that doctrine assumed defenders could withdraw faster than attackers advanced. When attackers moved faster than defenders could retreat, the entire concept of flexible defense collapsed. German forces found themselves fighting desperate rearguard actions not to accomplish any military objective, but simply to delay American advances long enough for other German units to escape. This was warfare reduced to its most basic form, survival rather than victory, buying hours rather than achieving strategic goals. By late August, Third Army's pursuit operations had fundamentally altered the strategic situation in Western Europe. German armies that had defended Normandy were destroyed or scattered. Organized German resistance west of the German frontier had essentially ceased, and Allied forces were advancing at rates that suggested they might reach Germany itself before winter. This created both opportunities and challenges for Allied high command. The opportunity was to potentially end the war in 1944 through a concentrated thrust into Germany before German forces could establish coherent defenses. The challenge was that such operations would require enormous logistical support over distances that strained even American supply capabilities. The debate between concentrated thrust and broad front advance, between prioritizing a single army group for maximum effect or maintaining pressure along the entire front, would dominate Allied strategic discussions in September. Patton's pursuit operations had created circumstances where these strategic questions mattered enormously, where decisions about supply allocation and operational priorities would shape the war's final phase. The freedom of maneuver that Third Army enjoyed in late August was about to encounter constraints that no amount of aggressive leadership could overcome, bringing the pursuit phase to an end and introducing a new, more difficult period of operations. The human dimension of the pursuit phase deserves recognition alongside the statistical achievements and strategic implications. Soldiers who had spent July fighting through hedgerows and suffering casualties in static positions found themselves in late August advancing rapidly through liberated territory, welcomed by civilians, facing minimal resistance, and believing that the war might actually end soon. This psychological shift mattered enormously for morale and combat effectiveness. And the men who had witnessed friends killed in brutal close-quarters combat during July now saw those sacrifices leading to liberation and German defeat. The meaning of their losses changed when victory seemed assured, creating a narrative where suffering served a purpose rather than simply reflecting warfare's random cruelty. This doesn't mean the pursuit was easy or casualties were absent. Third Army continued suffering losses throughout August and September, but the context of those losses changed when they occurred during a victorious advance, rather than during uncertain battles where outcomes remained in doubt. The pursuit phase vindicated the sacrifices of Normandy's brutal early weeks, giving meaning to losses that might otherwise have seemed pointless. This psychological victory was as important as the tactical successes that generated headlines and filled history books with accounts of miles covered and prisoners captured. Wars are ultimately fought by human beings whose morale, beliefs, and psychological states matter as much as weapons, logistics, and tactical doctrine. Third Army's pursuit operations succeeded not just because of material advantages or operational skill, but because the soldiers executing those operations believed they were winning and that their efforts mattered. That belief, sustained by visible progress and liberation's joyful welcome, carried them through the exhaustion and danger that even victorious campaigns inevitably entail. Metz, France, September 1st, 1944, early morning. Third Army supply officers gathered in a commandeered French warehouse to review fuel status reports that told a story of impending crisis. The reports showed that forward units were operating on critical fuel reserves, that supply convoys were arriving with less than half the required daily allocation, and that the system strains that had been manageable during August were becoming unsustainable in September. Lieutenant Colonel John Mueller, Third Army's deputy logistics officer, studied the reports with growing concern. Third Army now required approximately 550,000 gallons of fuel per day to sustain current operations, nearly double the requirement when operations began in early August. But available supply could deliver only about 300,000 gallons daily, creating a deficit that forced commanders to choose which units would receive fuel and which would have to halt operations. The warehouse full of supply officers represented the unglamorous but essential reality of modern warfare, that brilliant tactics and aggressive leadership meant nothing if armies couldn't be supplied. The limits of speed were about to constrain Third Army's operations in ways that enemy resistance had not. The fundamental problem facing Third Army by early September was the relationship between distance and logistics capacity. Allied supply lines now stretched over 400 miles from Normandy beaches to Third Army's forward positions near the German frontier. Every gallon of fuel, every round of ammunition, every item of equipment had to travel those 400 miles. Mostly by truck convoy, because rail systems destroyed during pre-invasion bombing remained unrepaired. The trucks carrying supplies consume fuel themselves during the journey, meaning that a significant percentage of fuel shipped forward was burned by supply vehicles rather than delivered to combat units. The phenomenon, called petroleum's paradox by logistics planners, meant that the further armies advanced, the less efficient supply delivery became. By September, approximately 30% of fuel shipped forward was consumed by supply vehicles before reaching combat units. This created a self-reinforcing constraint, where advancing further made advancing further more difficult, where success bred the conditions for logistical failure. Third Army's rapid advance had outrun not just German defensive capabilities, but also Allied logistical systems designed for more methodical operations. Patton's radiogram to Bradley on September 2nd expressed his frustration with supply constraints in characteristically direct language. "We have adequate supplies, but they're behind the lines. Give me priority for fuel and ammunition, and Third Army will be on the Rhine in 10 days. Every day of delay allows Germans to establish defenses that will cost thousands of casualties to overcome." The message reflected Patton's conviction that aggressive exploitation remained possible if logistics could keep pace, that German forces were still disorganized enough, that rapid American advances could prevent them from establishing coherent defensive positions. Necker Bradley's response was sympathetic but non-committal. Eisenhower had decided on a broad front strategy that allocated supplies across multiple army groups rather than concentrating resources with any single formation. This decision reflected strategic logic about maintaining pressure along the entire front and preventing German forces from concentrating against a single thrust. But it meant Third Army would not receive supply priority, that Patton's aggressive plans would be constrained by resource availability, regardless of tactical opportunities. The September fuel crisis marked the point where logistics became more important than enemy resistance in determining operational pace. The famous fuel meeting of September 3rd at Eisenhower's headquarters brought together senior Allied commanders to debate supply priorities and strategic direction. Patton argued passionately for concentrated supply to Third Army, claiming he could reach the Rhine and potentially even cross it before German defenses solidified. British Field Marshal Montgomery argued equally passionately for priority to 21st Army Group for a northern thrust through the Low Countries toward the Ruhr industrial region. Eisenhower listened to both arguments and reaffirmed his decision for broad front advance, rejecting single-thrust strategies from either the American or British sectors. The meeting illustrated the tension between tactical opportunity and strategic risk, between aggressive exploitation and methodical advance. Patton left the meeting convinced that a historic opportunity was being squandered through excessive caution. Montgomery left similarly frustrated that his proposed northern offensive wasn't receiving full priority. Eisenhower, bearing responsibility for the entire Allied campaign, chose what he considered the prudent course of sustained pressure across the front, rather than concentration that might achieve spectacular success, but also risked catastrophic failure if the concentrated thrust failed. The specific statistics of Third Army's supply situation in early September revealed the scale of the crisis. Forward combat units required approximately 550,000 gallons of fuel daily to maintain current operational tempo. Available supply through the truck convoy system could deliver 300,000 gallons daily, creating a 250,000-gallon daily deficit. This deficit meant that Third Army could operate at current pace for perhaps 3 to 4 days before vehicles began running out of fuel, or could operate at reduced tempo indefinitely by halting some units while others continued advancing. Artillery ammunition faced similar shortages, with forward units consuming shells faster than supply convoys could deliver replacements. Food and medical supplies remained adequate, suggesting the problem was specifically one of bulk cargo capacity rather than total logistics system failure. The bottleneck was transportation, not production or availability of supplies at rear depots. This distinction mattered because it suggested the crisis could potentially be resolved through engineering efforts to improve supply routes, and rather than requiring fundamental changes in operational plans. The strategic reality underlying the September supply crisis was Eisenhower's decision to advance on a broad front, rather than concentrating resources with either Patton's Third Army in the south or Montgomery's 21st Army Group in the north. This decision had sound strategic logic, maintaining pressure across the entire front, prevented German forces from concentrating reserves against a single threat, and ensured that if any particular thrust encountered unexpectedly strong resistance, other thrusts could continue advancing. But broad front strategy also meant that available supplies were divided among multiple army groups rather than concentrated to support maximum effort in one sector. From Patton's perspective, this represented excessive caution that squandered the momentum Third Army had achieved. From Eisenhower's perspective, it represented prudent strategy that balanced opportunity against risk. The historical debate about whether concentrated thrust or broad front was the correct strategy in September 1944 remains unresolved, with compelling arguments on both sides and insufficient evidence to demonstrate conclusively what would have happened under alternative strategic choices. Third Army units experiencing the fuel shortage adjusted operations in various ways that demonstrated both tactical flexibility and the constraints imposed by logistics. Some divisions established rotating operations, where one regiment advanced while others remained stationary, by allowing concentration of limited fuel to maintain at least some forward momentum. Tank units sometimes blended remaining fuel supplies to stretch resources, mixing different fuel grades in ways that damaged engines long-term, but kept vehicles operational short-term. Infantry divisions reverted to foot marching for shorter movements, conserving fuel for longer advances that required vehicular transport. These adaptations allowed Third Army to continue operations through early September, despite fuel shortages, but it significantly reduced pace compared to August's spectacular advances. The average daily advance dropped from 40 to 50 miles in late August to perhaps 10 to 15 miles in early September. It's still respectable by historical standards, but frustrating for commanders and soldiers who had grown accustomed to rapid exploitation. Patton's diary entry from September 5th revealed his personal frustration with the supply situation and his conviction that strategic opportunity was being lost. If we had fuel, we could reach the Rhine in a week. Instead, we sit and watch Germans establish defenses that will cost thousands of casualties when we finally attack them. This is the same cautious mentality that characterized British operations in World War I, and it will produce the same results: prolonged campaigns and unnecessary casualties. This assessment reflected Patton's deeply held beliefs about warfare, that audacity and speed produce better results than the caution and methodical advance, and that accepting risk in pursuit of decisive victory was preferable to minimizing risk through careful operations. Whether Patton's assessment was correct, or whether it reflected his own biases and preferences, cannot be definitively determined. What is clear is that the September supply crisis tested Patton's philosophy and forced him to confront limitations that aggressive leadership alone could not overcome. Even the most brilliant tactical commander cannot operate without fuel and ammunition, and Patton's growing frustration reflected recognition that factors beyond his control were determining Third Army's operational capacity. The contrast between Third Army's supply requirements in September and German forces' relative advantages in this respect revealed one of warfare's persistent ironies. German units defending positions near their own frontier required far less fuel and ammunition than American units attacking across extended supply lines. Defensive positions could be supplied by relatively short hauls from German depots, while American forces needed supplies transported hundreds of miles. German forces fighting on prepared ground didn't need the massive fuel consumption that mobile operations required, while American armored divisions consumed fuel at prodigious rates even when not in combat. This meant that as Third Army advanced closer to Germany, the relative logistical balance actually shifted somewhat in Germany's favor, not because German supply improved, but because German requirements decreased, while American requirements and supply difficulties increased. This didn't change the fundamental material imbalance between the sides. American industrial capacity far exceeded German capabilities, but it did mean that operational pace was constrained by logistics even when tactical opportunities existed for continued rapid advance. The engineering efforts to improve supply capacity during September focused primarily on repairing French rail systems and establishing supply depots closer to forward units. The Red Ball Express, a dedicated truck convoy system established in August, continued operating around the clock, but even maximum truck capacity couldn't meet Third Army's requirements. Railway repair crews worked to restore service on lines destroyed by pre-invasion bombing and by German demolitions during their retreat. Port development efforts at Cherbourg and other coastal locations attempted to increase supply throughput. These efforts would eventually resolve the supply crisis, but they required time that Patton believed it would allow German forces to establish defensive positions that could have been overrun if supplies had been adequate in early September. The tension between immediate tactical opportunity and necessary logistical preparation created friction throughout the Allied command structure, with aggressive commanders like Patton chafing at constraints, while logistics officers insisted that sustained operations required adequate supply infrastructure regardless of current opportunities. By mid-September, the combination of supply constraints and increasing German resistance had effectively ended Third Army's pursuit phase and initiated a new period of more deliberate operations. The spectacular advances of August had given way to methodical battles against German defensive positions that, while still inferior to Allied capabilities, represented coherent resistance rather than disorganized retreat. The September supply crisis didn't stop Third Army's advance, but it slowed the advance enough that Germans gained time to establish the defensive positions that Patton had hoped to prevent. The historical question of whether adequate supplies in early September would have allowed Third Army to break through German defenses and potentially end the war in 1944 remains debated. What is clear is that the September supply crisis represented a decisive moment when logistical reality imposed limits on tactical opportunity, when the constraints of industrial warfare checked the ambitions of even the most aggressive commanders. The limits of speed had been reached not through enemy action, but through the prosaic reality that armies consume supplies faster than logistics systems can deliver them when advancing at maximum pace across extended distances. This lesson, learned painfully by Third Army in September 1944, would be relearned by other armies in other wars facing the same fundamental tension between operational ambition and logistical reality. Allied Forces Headquarters, Versailles, France, October 1st, 1944, afternoon. As senior Allied staff officers gathered to assess the strategic situation following the Normandy breakthrough and subsequent exploitation. The briefing materials included maps showing Allied advances from Normandy to the German frontier, statistical summaries of German casualties and equipment losses, and intelligence assessments of German defensive capabilities. The picture that emerged was of a campaign that had exceeded even optimistic expectations in its speed and scope, but that had also encountered limitations preventing complete strategic victory in 1944. German Army Group B, which had defended Normandy, was effectively destroyed as a coherent fighting force. Over 400,000 German casualties, killed, wounded, and captured. White represented losses that Germany could not quickly replace with equally trained and equipped forces. The Allied advance had covered over 300 miles in under 2 months, liberating most of France and reaching positions from which attacks into Germany itself could be launched. These achievements were historically significant and materially important, but they had not ended the war. German forces, despite catastrophic losses in France, retained enough capability to establish defensive positions that would require sustained Allied operations to overcome. The Avranches breakthrough had been decisive for the Normandy campaign, but it had not been decisive for the war itself. The territorial dimension of Third Army's advance illustrated the geographic scale of what had been achieved. All American forces stood on the Moselle River east of Metz, approximately 250 miles east of Avranches, and less than 100 miles from the German frontier. This represented the fastest sustained advance by any Allied army during World War II, covering distances in weeks that had required months or years during World War I. French territory west of the Allied lines was largely liberated, with German forces holding only isolated coastal pockets at places like Lorient and Saint-Nazaire that were bypassed rather than reduced. Paris was free, the French provisional government under de Gaulle was establishing authority, and France was transitioning from occupied territory to allied nation, participating in continued operations. The speed of this territorial liberation had profound political consequences, determining which areas would be under French versus Allied military authority, and influencing post-war French politics in ways that would shape European affairs for decades. The breakthrough at Avranches had enabled liberation, and liberation had political dimensions that extended far beyond purely military considerations. The assessment of German casualties in August and September 1944 revealed losses that affected German military capacity for the war's remainder. Approximately 200,000 German soldiers were killed or missing in France between June and September, with another 200,000 captured, primarily during the Falaise pocket operations. Equipment losses were proportionally even more severe, with approximately 2,000 tanks and assault guns destroyed or captured, representing roughly 60% of German armored strength committed to France. Artillery losses exceeded 15,000 pieces. Vehicle losses approached 30,000 of various types. These were not losses that German industry could replace quickly, despite impressive production figures. The destroyed equipment represented years of manufacturing effort. The captured soldiers included experienced personnel and leadership that could not be regenerated simply by conscripting additional men. The Normandy defeat fundamentally weakened German military capacity, forcing Germany into purely defensive operations for the war's remainder, and eliminating any possibility of strategic offensive operations in the West. The political consequences of rapid Allied advance through France extended beyond military considerations into realms of post-war influence and alliance relationships. General Charles de Gaulle's quick establishment of authority in liberated France, facilitated by the speed of Allied advances, prevented the kind of extended Allied military governance that might have limited French sovereignty. The rapid liberation also influenced Italian and other resistance movements, demonstrating that German occupation could be quickly overthrown when Allied forces advanced, and encouraging continued resistance in areas not yet liberated. Soviet forces advancing from the east saw the Western Allies racing across France, creating pressure for accelerated Soviet operations and influencing the eventual geographic division of post-war Europe. And the political implications of military operations are often overshadowed by tactical and strategic assessments, but the speed of Third Army's advance materially affected how post-war Europe developed. Slower Allied advances might have led to extended military governance, different resistance movement outcomes, and altered territorial divisions. The Avranches breakthrough was not just a military event, but a political one, with consequences extending decades beyond 1944. The logistical innovation forced by Third Army's rapid advance became incorporated into American military doctrine and influenced subsequent operations. The Red Ball Express truck convoy system, mobile supply depots, forward fuel dumps, and flexible resupply procedures developed during August 1944 became standard practice for American forces. Yet these innovations represented adaptations to operational realities that previous doctrine had not fully anticipated, demonstrating that successful armies learn and adapt during campaigns rather than simply applying pre-war theories. The Korean War in 1953, the Arab-Israeli Wars, the Gulf War in 1991, and subsequent conflicts all reflected lessons learned from Third Army's logistical challenges during the Normandy breakthrough. The principle that logistics must adapt to support operational tempo, rather than tempo being limited by logistics, became embedded in American military culture. Though implementation has varied depending on specific circumstances, the Avranches breakthrough taught that properly organized supply systems could support operational speeds previously considered impossible. A lesson that shaped military thinking for subsequent generations. Patton's reflection in 1945, shortly before his death from injuries sustained in a vehicle accident, captured his assessment of what the Avranches breakthrough represented. "The breakthrough was speed," he wrote in private correspondence. "Speed was the weapon. Everything else followed from that. We moved faster than the Germans could react, and that speed broke their defensive coherence. Once broken, we kept them broken through continued speed. If we had moved methodically, if we had paused to consolidate or worry about flanks, the Germans would have recovered and established defenses that would have taken months to overcome. Speed wasn't reckless, it was essential." This assessment reflected Patton's understanding of his own operations and his deeply held beliefs about warfare. Whether his assessment was entirely accurate, or whether it overemphasized individual factors at the expense of broader considerations about German weakness, Allied material superiority, and institutional factors, remains debatable. What is clear is that Patton believed speed had been decisive, and that belief shaped how he conducted operations and how he wanted those operations to be remembered. The comparison between American operational tempo during the Normandy campaign and historical precedents reveals the revolutionary nature of what Third Army achieved. Napoleon's Grande Armée, considered the pinnacle of pre-industrial mobile warfare, advanced approximately 10 to 15 miles per day during sustained campaigns. German blitzkrieg operations in 1940 achieved 30 to 40 miles per day at peak, but couldn't sustain that pace for extended periods. Soviet deep operations in 1943 and 44 achieved similar rates, but with different logistical systems and operational cultures. Third Army's sustained advance of 40 to 50 miles per day for weeks represented a quantitative change so significant it became qualitative, creating operational conditions where enemy forces simply couldn't adapt quickly enough to establish effective defenses. This wasn't simply moving faster than previous armies. It was moving so much faster that the nature of operations changed fundamentally. The Avranches breakthrough demonstrated that industrial-era logistics, if properly organized, could support operational tempos that exceeded anything previously achieved in military history. The question of whether the Avranches breakthrough shortened World War II remains debated among historians, with estimates ranging from negligible impact to perhaps 6 to 12 months reduction in war duration. The argument for significant time saving emphasizes that rapid Allied advance through France forced Germany into purely defensive operations, prevented establishment of prepared defensive positions that might have delayed Allied advances for months, and created psychological conditions that reduced German will to continue fighting. The argument against significant impact emphasizes that Germany, by late 1944, lacked resources to sustain prolonged war, regardless of specific tactical outcomes in France, that Allied material superiority would have produced victory regardless of operational pace, and that German political leadership's refusal to surrender meant the war would continue until Germany was completely occupied, regardless of military situation. The truth probably lies between these extremes. The Avranches breakthrough likely shortened the war by eliminating German capability to conduct sustained defensive operations in France, but the war's ultimate outcome was determined by broader factors than any single campaign or breakthrough. What can be said with confidence is that the breakthrough reduced Allied casualties by preventing the kind of prolonged campaign in France that might otherwise have been necessary, and reducing casualties meant reducing human suffering, even if the war's ultimate end was predetermined by material and political factors. The statistical summary of Third Army's operations from August 1st through September 30th provides context for assessing the Avranches breakthrough's impact. Third Army advanced approximately 300 miles, captured 320,000 prisoners, inflicted an estimated 100,000 German casualties through combat operations, and liberated several hundred French towns and cities. American casualties totaled approximately 25,000 killed, wounded, and missing, a significant cost but modest compared to casualties in static warfare, or to German losses during the same period. Fuel consumption totaled approximately 40 million gallons, ammunition expenditure exceeded 200,000 tons, and vehicle wear necessitated major maintenance and replacement programs. These statistics reveal both the achievement and the cost of the campaign, demonstrating that rapid mobile warfare, while potentially less casualty-intensive than static operations, still required enormous resources and imposed significant costs on forces conducting it. The Avranches breakthrough was neither a bloodless victory nor a Pyrrhic one, but rather a costly success that achieved strategic objectives at acceptable human and material costs. The legacy of the Avranches breakthrough for participants involved complex mixtures of pride, trauma, and changed life trajectories. Soldiers who had fought through Normandy's hedgerows in July and then participated in Third Army's breakthrough in August had experienced the full range of World War II combat, from brutal static warfare to triumphant mobile operations. Many carried physical and psychological wounds from these experiences, struggling with post-traumatic stress that wouldn't be diagnosed or treated for decades. Others found meaning in their service, believing they had participated in something historically significant that justified the sacrifices required. French civilians who experienced liberation maintained complex memories mixing gratitude for freedom with grief for losses and damage, and sometimes discomfort about the retribution and settling of scores that accompany liberation. The human dimension of the Avranches breakthrough extended far beyond military statistics, affecting hundreds of thousands of lives in ways that couldn't be quantified in after-action reports or strategic assessments. The breakthrough changed history, but it also changed individual people, and those individual changes collectively mattered as much as the strategic consequences that historians emphasize. What Avranches actually changed was the trajectory of World War II in Western Europe, from uncertain outcome to determined conclusion, from defensive containment to offensive liberation, from German occupation to Allied victory. The breakthrough didn't end the war, but it made the ending inevitable and relatively rapid. It demonstrated that properly executed mobile operations could defeat even determined defenders when attackers enjoyed material superiority and operational flexibility. It validated theories about speed and exploitation that Patton and others had advocated for decades. It liberated France and restored French sovereignty far more quickly than pre-invasion planning had anticipated. It killed or captured hundreds of thousands of German soldiers and destroyed irreplaceable equipment. It created political and psychological conditions that affected post-war Europe's development. These were significant achievements that justified describing Avranches as one of World War II's decisive campaigns. But the breakthrough also had limits. It didn't eliminate German fighting capability entirely. It couldn't overcome logistics constraints that eventually halted Third Army's advance short of Germany, and it couldn't prevent the war from continuing into 1945 with significant additional casualties. Understanding what Avranches changed requires acknowledging both its genuine significance and its limitations, recognizing that military operations, however successful, operate within constraints of geography, politics, logistics, and human endurance that even the most brilliant tactics cannot fully overcome. The Avranches breakthrough was decisively important, but not decisively complete, a distinction that captures the complex reality of warfare, where victories rarely achieve everything hoped for, but sometimes achieve more than reasonably expected. Hollywood, California, May 1970, evening. At the premiere of Patton, directed by Franklin J. Schaffner and starring George C. Scott, drew crowds eager to see Hollywood's interpretation of one of World War II's most controversial generals. The opening scene showed Patton standing before an enormous American flag, delivering a profanity-laced speech to troops about to enter combat. The speech was theatrical, aggressive, and only loosely based on actual addresses Patton delivered, but it captured the public image of Patton that had been developing since 1944. As the film progressed, it depicted the Normandy breakthrough as primarily Patton's personal achievement, a triumph of individual will and genius over cautious conventional thinking. The film showed Patton racing across France, his pearl-handled revolvers prominent, his tactical brilliance transforming battles, his personality dominating every scene. What the film didn't show was Bradley's strategic planning, the staff work that made rapid operations possible, the logistics officers who solved supply problems, the thousands of junior officers and enlisted men whose competence and courage actually executed the operations. The film was entertaining and captured certain truths about Patton's character, but it also began the process of transforming historical events into simplified legend where individual brilliance explained outcomes that actually resulted from complex institutional and material factors. The mythologization of the Avranches breakthrough had begun long before the 1970 film, starting with contemporary media coverage in August 1944. American newspapers, all eager for heroic narratives after months of bloody fighting in Normandy, seized on the breakthrough as evidence of American military genius. Headlines emphasized Patton's role, describing him as the general whose aggressive tactics were winning the war, whose speed and audacity compensated for earlier setbacks. These newspaper accounts, written by journalists who had limited access to classified strategic planning, and who were encouraged by military censors to emphasize positive American achievements, created simplified narratives that emphasized individual commanders over institutional capabilities. The stories were patriotically motivated and served valid purposes in maintaining American morale, but they also began distorting historical reality in ways that would complicate subsequent efforts to understand what actually happened in Normandy. By the time the war ended, Patton's role in the breakthrough had been elevated in public consciousness, to the point where many Americans believed he had single-handedly liberated France, a belief that bore limited relationship to the complex reality of multi-army operations involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Patton's own contributions to his mythologization must be acknowledged alongside media and Hollywood portrayals. Patton understood publicity and actively cultivated his public image through carefully staged press conferences, theatrical uniform choices including the famous ivory-handled revolvers, and quotations designed to emphasize his aggressive philosophy. His autobiography, Obi, published posthumously and based on wartime journals and letters, presented operations from his perspective with minimal acknowledgement of factors beyond his control or contributions from subordinates and staff. Passages describing the Normandy breakthrough emphasized Patton's decision-making, his orders to subordinate commanders, and his personal visits to forward positions. The writing downplayed or ignored Bradley's strategic planning, the intelligence contributions that revealed German dispositions, the logistics achievements that enabled rapid movement, and the simple reality that German forces were already collapsing when Third Army was activated. Patton's self-aggrandizement was probably less conscious deception than sincere belief in his own centrality, but regardless of motivation, it contributed to mythological narratives that obscured historical reality. Patton believed he had been decisive, and he wrote his story accordingly, influencing how subsequent generations understood events he participated in. The historiographical debate about Patton's actual contribution to the Normandy breakthrough intensified during the 1970s and 1980s, as scholars gained access to previously classified documents and interviewed surviving participants. Revisionist historians argued that Patton's role had been greatly exaggerated, that the breakthrough succeeded primarily because of German weakness rather than American brilliance, that Bradley's planning deserved more credit than Patton's execution, and that institutional factors like American material superiority mattered more than any individual commander's decisions. These scholars pointed to documentary evidence showing that operations attributed to Patton's genius were actually planned by staff officers, that many tactical decisions were made by corps and division commanders rather than by Patton personally, and that Third Army's success owed as much to German errors as to American excellence. The revisionist critique had merit, but sometimes went too far in the opposite direction, minimizing Patton's genuine contributions through aggressive leadership and risk acceptance that less bold commanders might have avoided. The historical debate became entangled with broader arguments about great man versus institutional theories of history, about whether individual leaders significantly affect outcomes or whether broader forces determine results regardless of who happens to hold command positions. Overlooked figures in the Avranches breakthrough narrative included corps commanders like Troy Middleton and Wade Highslip, whose tactical leadership directly shaped operations. Middleton's handling of 8th Corps during the initial breakthrough and subsequent Brittany campaign demonstrated operational skill that received little public recognition. Hislip's aggressive drive with 15th Corps toward Alençon and Argentan was crucial to the attempted encirclement of German forces, yet Hislip remained largely unknown outside military circles. Division commanders like John Wood, whose 4th Armored Division consistently achieved spectacular advances, or received minimal credit in popular accounts that attributed all success to Patton's leadership. Staff officers who planned movements, managed logistics, coordinated communications, and solved the countless problems that arise during operations remained completely anonymous. These oversights reflected broader tendencies in how military history gets told, where command decisions by senior officers receive attention, while execution by middle-rank commanders and planning by staff remains invisible. Correcting these oversights requires recognizing that successful military operations result from coordinated efforts across multiple organizational levels, not simply from decisions made at the top. The German perspective on the Normandy campaign, documented in post-war memoirs and historical analyses, reveals skepticism about whether Patton's contribution was decisive. German officers who fought in Normandy attributed their defeat primarily to overwhelming Allied material superiority, particularly in air power and logistics capacity, rather than to any particular American commander's tactical brilliance. They noted that German forces were already retreating when Third Army was activated, that Hitler's strategic errors created vulnerabilities that any competent Allied commander could have exploited, and that German logistics collapse would have led to defeat, regardless of how aggressively Americans pursued. Some German commanders acknowledged Patton's aggressive tactics as effective, but argued they simply accelerated an inevitable outcome, rather than changing results. Yet this perspective challenges simplified American narratives where Patton's genius defeated German armies, suggesting instead that German defeat resulted from systemic factors that would have produced similar results under different American leadership. The German perspective isn't necessarily more accurate than American accounts. German officers had their own biases and reasons for portraying events certain ways, but it does provide useful counterpoint to hagiographic American narratives that attribute everything to individual commanders. The comparison between historical reality and the 1970 Patton film illustrates how entertainment media shapes public understanding of history in ways that complicate serious historical study. The film portrayed Patton as a lone genius, whose tactical brilliance overcame both German resistance and Allied bureaucratic caution. Historical reality was messier, with Patton's contributions genuine but partial, his decisions often collaborative rather than purely personal, and his success dependent on factors beyond his control. The film showed Patton issuing bold orders that subordinates immediately executed. Reality involved extensive staff planning, coordination with other armies, and constant negotiation over priorities and resources. The film portrayed Patton's relationship with Bradley as one of constrained genius held back by cautious mediocrity. Reality showed Bradley as the strategic architect whose planning enabled Patton's tactical execution. These divergences between film and reality mattered because films reach far larger audiences than history books, shaping popular understanding in ways that historians' corrective efforts cannot easily overcome. Millions saw the Patton film. Thousands read serious histories of the Normandy campaign, meaning that for most Americans, Patton the film character became more real than Patton the historical person. The British perspective on the Avranches breakthrough, documented in Montgomery's memoirs and subsequent British historical accounts, reveals different emphases than American narratives. British historians noted that the breakthrough became possible only after British and Canadian forces had held German attention and strength around Caen for weeks, preventing German concentration against American forces further west. They emphasized Montgomery's strategic planning that designated American forces for the breakthrough role, while British forces conducted holding operations. British accounts sometimes portrayed American commanders, Patton particularly, as taking credit for exploiting opportunities that British planning and sacrifice had created. This wasn't entirely unfair. Operation Goodwood and subsequent British operations around Caen did serve strategic purposes in fixing German forces, but British emphasis on their enabling role sometimes minimized genuine American operational achievements. The transatlantic debate about who deserved credit for Normandy's success reflected national pride and alliance tensions as much as objective historical assessment, reminding us that historical interpretation always involves perspective, and that different national narratives of shared events can differ significantly while each containing elements of truth. Contemporary sources from August 1944, including newspaper articles, military dispatches, and letters from participants, reveal what people understood at the time about the breakthrough versus what later mythologization added. Contemporary accounts emphasize the unexpected speed of the advance, the numbers of prisoners captured, and the liberation of French territory. They gave Patton credit for aggressive leadership, but also acknowledged Bradley's command authority and the contributions of divisions and corps. These accounts were more balanced than later mythological narratives, reflecting the reality that participants recognized multiple contributors to success. The transition from contemporary balance to later mythologization occurred gradually through processes of selective memory, heroic narrative construction, and media amplification of certain aspects of events at the expense of others. By the 1970s, the balanced contemporary understanding had been largely replaced by simplified myths emphasizing Patton's individual role, demonstrating how historical understanding can change over time, even as documentary evidence remains constant. The question of whether Patton deserved the genius label applied to him by popular accounts requires examining what military genius means and whether Patton's actual performance merits that characterization. If genius means making consistently superior decisions under pressure, Patton's record was mixed. He made brilliant choices during the August breakthrough, but questionable ones regarding Brittany. If genius means innovative thinking that revolutionizes military practice, Patton's contributions were evolutionary rather than revolutionary, applying existing mobile warfare concepts effectively rather than inventing fundamentally new approaches. If genius means achieving extraordinary results regardless of how those results are accomplished, then Patton qualified based on Third Army's achievements during August and September 1944. The genius label ultimately matters less than recognizing that Patton was an effective senior commander who combined genuine tactical skill with aggressive leadership style, operating within institutional contexts that enabled his success but also constrained his options. He was neither the lone genius of popular mythology nor the merely competent officer of some revisionist accounts, but rather a highly capable commander whose strengths and weaknesses both contributed to overall Allied success in ways more complex than simple genius narratives capture. The myth-making around Avranches matters because it shapes how subsequent generations understand military leadership, decision-making, and the nature of warfare itself. If the public believes the breakthrough resulted primarily from Patton's individual genius, the lesson learned is that wars are won by brilliant commanders making bold decisions. If the reality is that the breakthrough resulted from institutional excellence, material superiority, and German weakness, the lesson learned is that wars are won by countries that build effective military institutions and maintain material advantages. These different lessons lead to different policy choices about military education, resource allocation, and strategic planning. Myth is not merely incorrect history. It's consequential misunderstanding that shapes present decisions based on flawed understanding of past events. Correcting Avranches mythology, therefore, isn't just pedantic historical accuracy. It's essential for learning appropriate lessons from World War II experiences. The challenge is that myths are psychologically satisfying in ways that complex reality rarely is, making myths resilient to correction and ensuring that mythological narratives continue circulating regardless of historians' corrective efforts. The Avranches breakthrough has become legend, and that legend will likely persist regardless of what historical evidence actually shows about the complex institutional and material factors that enabled American success in August 1944. Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. September 1976, morning. Field Manual 100-5, the U.S. Army's capstone doctrinal publication, was being revised to incorporate lessons from recent military history, including World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. The drafting officers studying historical campaigns for doctrinal lessons devoted significant attention to Third Army's Normandy breakthrough as an exemplar of mobile warfare and operational art. The manual's section on exploitation operations cited the Avranches breakthrough specifically, all noting that rapid exploitation of tactical success can achieve operational and strategic effects disproportionate to forces committed. The doctrine emphasized speed, initiative, aggressive leadership, and willingness to accept risk, all principles that Patton's August operations exemplified. The manual instructed commanders to maintain momentum through aggressive pursuit, bypassing resistance and maintaining pressure on withdrawing enemies. These principles, codified in official doctrine, represented the institutionalization of lessons learned from Avranches and similar operations, transforming individual historical events into general guidance for future commanders. The Avranches breakthrough had become not just history, but doctrine, awe shaping how American military officers thought about operations and decision-making decades after 1944. The doctrinal evolution from World War II through the Cold War showed direct lineage from Avranches-style operations to later concepts like air-land battle and deep operations. Military theorists studying how to defeat potential Soviet attacks in Central Europe looked to Third Army's breakthrough as a model for the kind of rapid, aggressive operations that could disrupt enemy plans and create opportunities for decisive victories. The emphasis on speed, initiative, and exploitation that characterized airland battle doctrine drew explicitly from World War II, examples including Patton's operations. Soviet military theorists studying the same historical campaigns drew similar conclusions, developing concepts of deep operations and operational maneuver groups that paralleled American thinking. The convergence of American and Soviet doctrinal evolution around similar principles, despite ideological differences and different operational contexts, suggested that the Avranches breakthrough had revealed fundamental truths about modern warfare that transcended specific national military cultures. The lesson learned was that industrial-era warfare favored attackers who could move fast enough to prevent defenders from establishing coherent positions, a principle that seemed applicable regardless of ideological context. Strategic Air Command briefings during the 1950s used the Avranches breakthrough as an example of how military operations could achieve strategic effects through operational excellence. SAC planners, thinking about how nuclear weapons and strategic bombing might shape future conflicts, nevertheless studied conventional operations like Avranches to understand principles of timing, coordination, and exploitation. The briefings emphasized that even in a nuclear age, conventional military operations would remain important, and that the principles demonstrated at Avranches, speed, aggression, exploitation of enemy weakness, remained valid. General Curtis LeMay, SAC commander, and himself a proponent of aggressive action, cited Patton's breakthrough in speeches to officer audiences, arguing that the same mentality that produced success in Normandy should characterize Air Force operations. The cross-service influence of Avranches lessons demonstrated that the breakthrough's impact extended beyond ground operations into broader military culture, shaping how American military officers across all services thought about planning and execution. General Norman Schwarzkopf's planning for Operation Desert Storm in 1991 explicitly referenced Third Army's Normandy operations as inspiration for the left hook maneuver that characterized the ground campaign against Iraq. Schwarzkopf, who had studied military history extensively, saw parallels between the challenge of defeating Iraqi forces in Kuwait and the challenge Patton had faced in breaking through German defenses in Normandy. The Gulf War plan called for massive flanking movement through Iraqi desert positions, and bypassing prepared defenses and striking deep into Iraqi rear areas to cut off and destroy Iraqi forces before they could retreat. The operation, when executed, featured many characteristics of Avranches-style warfare: rapid advance, bypass of resistance, maintenance of momentum, aggressive pursuit of retreating enemies. The Gulf War's rapid success, with Kuwait liberated in 100 hours of ground operations and Iraqi forces routed with minimal American casualties, seemed to validate Patton's principles applied with modern technology and logistics. Schwarzkopf acknowledged this lineage explicitly in post-war interviews, stating that studying World War II operations had been essential to planning Desert Storm's ground campaign. The technological acceleration since 1944 transformed how Avranches principles could be applied, but didn't invalidate the underlying concepts. Modern armored forces could advance 200 miles per day, using GPS navigation, satellite communications, and logistics systems far more sophisticated than anything available in World War II. But the fundamental principle that speed disrupts enemy planning and prevents coherent defense remained valid. Modern precision weapons allowed destroying enemy forces at longer ranges than World War II, artillery and air power could achieve, but the principle that aggressive pursuit prevents enemy reconstitution remained unchanged. Communications technology allowed coordinating operations across vast distances in real time, But the principle that initiative and decentralized execution produce better results than rigid centralized control remains sound. The Avranches breakthrough demonstrated principles that proved robust across technological evolution, suggesting they reflected fundamental aspects of warfare rather than circumstances specific to 1944. Military academies at West Point, Sandhurst, Saint-Cyr, and institutions worldwide taught the Avranches breakthrough as a case study in operational art and mobile warfare. Cadets analyzed Patton's decisions, studied maps of Third Army's advances, debated whether alternative approaches might have produced better results, and wrote papers examining specific aspects of the campaign. The pedagogical use of Avranches reflected judgments by military educators that the breakthrough illustrated principles worth teaching to future officers. The emphasis in these courses varied by institution and instructor. Some emphasized Patton's aggressive leadership. Others focused on logistics and planning. Still others examined command relationships and coalition warfare. But the recurring appearance of Avranches in professional military education's curricula across multiple countries and decades demonstrated that military professionals worldwide considered the breakthrough historically significant and pedagogically valuable. The lessons officers learned from studying Avranches influenced how they later commanded units and planned operations, giving the breakthrough continuing influence on military practice long after participants had died and World War II had passed into history. Russian military analysts studying Western operations during the Cold War devoted attention to the Avranches breakthrough as an example of Western operational methods. Soviet writings on operational art referenced Third Army's operations, sometimes critically, but always recognizing their effectiveness. Russian theorists noted that American success in Normandy resulted partly from material superiority, but also from operational concepts that Soviet forces might adapt. The emphasis on tempo, deep operations, and aggressive exploitation in Soviet military doctrine reflected lessons learned partly from studying American World War II operations, including Avranches. This cross-pollination of military thinking, where potential adversaries studied each other's successes and adapted lessons to their own contexts, demonstrated that military effectiveness transcends ideology, and that successful operations provide learning opportunities regardless of political context. The Avranches breakthrough influenced not just American military thinking, but global military culture, becoming part of the shared professional knowledge that military officers worldwide studied and applied. The question of whether modern technologies make Patton's speed doctrine obsolete or more relevant generates ongoing debate among military theorists. One perspective argues that precision weapons, real-time intelligence, and advanced logistics make rapid operations more feasible than ever. That modern armies can move and sustain forces at speeds Patton couldn't have imagined. This view suggests Avranches principles remain highly relevant, and that technological advances enable applying them more effectively. The alternative perspective argues that modern anti-tank weapons, improved defensive capabilities, and the lethality of modern battlefield make rapid advances more dangerous than in Patton's era. That speed generates vulnerability that precision weapons can exploit. This view suggests that, while Avranches principles aren't completely obsolete, they require significant modification for modern conditions. The debate reflects broader tensions in military thinking between maneuver-oriented approaches emphasizing speed and mobility versus firepower-oriented approaches emphasizing destruction of enemy capabilities before advancing. Neither perspective has definitively prevailed, and actual military operations continue showing characteristics of both approaches depending on specific circumstances. The enduring question is whether military leaders have learned the right lessons from Avranches or misapplied them in different contexts. Vietnam presented circumstances where aggressive pursuit and rapid operations often proved counterproductive, where enemy forces could disperse and evade rather than being trapped and destroyed, suggesting that Avranches principles didn't apply universally. The Second Iraq War's initial invasion succeeded through rapid advance reminiscent of Avranches, but subsequent counterinsurgency operations required completely different approaches, demonstrating that what works in conventional warfare may fail in irregular conflicts. Afghanistan operations bore little resemblance to World War II mobile warfare, suggesting that Avranches' lessons had limited applicability in that context. These varied outcomes suggest that while Avranches demonstrated valid principles for certain types of warfare, those principles aren't universal solutions applicable to all military challenges. The lesson may be less about specific tactics and more about the importance of adapting operations to specific circumstances rather than applying doctrinal templates regardless of context. Patton's success in Normandy resulted partly from recognizing what kind of warfare the situation allowed and exploiting that recognition, a meta lesson about adaptability rather than specific lesson about speed and aggression. What would Patton himself think of 21st century mechanized warfare remains an interesting counterfactual speculation. He would likely appreciate the technological capabilities that modern forces possess, the speed, communications, and firepower that exceed anything available in 1944. He would probably advocate for aggressive use of these capabilities, pushing for maximum exploitation of technological advantages. But he might also be frustrated by the increased political constraints on military operations, the media scrutiny that modern commanders face, and the requirement for precision and minimization of casualties that sometimes conflict with aggressive operational tempo. Patton operated in an era when military operations could be conducted with less political oversight than modern commanders experience, when casualties were more acceptable to public opinion than today, and when enemy forces could be attacked without the precision requirements that current rules of engagement impose. Whether Patton's aggressive philosophy would be effective or even permissible in modern contexts remains uncertain, suggesting that while his historical achievements remain impressive, their applicability to contemporary warfare shouldn't be assumed without careful consideration of how warfare's nature has evolved. The statistical legacy of Avranches and military doctrine appears in the specific numbers and standards that modern doctrine prescribes for operational tempo and exploitation. U.S. Army field manuals reference the historical precedent of forces advancing 50 miles per day during pursuit operations, explicitly citing World War II examples. Planning factors for logistics assume consumption rates derived partly from historical analysis of campaigns like Third Army's Breakthrough. Standards for command and control, requiring reporting at specified intervals, and maintaining communication during rapid advances, reflect lessons learned from operations where communication lapses caused problems. These specific doctrinal details, often overlooked in favor of broader conceptual discussions, represent the granular ways that historical operations like Avranches continue influencing how modern armies plan and conduct operations. The legacy isn't just inspirational examples taught at military academies, but specific operational parameters and planning factors embedded in technical manuals that working staff officers consult when planning actual operations. The ultimate legacy of the Avranches Breakthrough is its demonstration that operational excellence can achieve strategic effects, that how military forces execute missions matters as much as what missions they're assigned. Patton's Third Army was given a mission: exploit German weakness following the Normandy breakthrough, and executed that mission at a speed and scale that exceeded what planners had considered possible. This execution transformed a tactical success into an operational triumph, and an operational triumph into strategic liberation of France. The lesson is not that speed solves all military problems or that aggressive leadership always produces success, but rather that professional competence, sound planning, proper preparation, and aggressive execution can achieve results disproportionate to the forces committed. This lesson remains valid regardless of technological change or shifting geopolitical contexts, making the Avranches Breakthrough permanently relevant to military professionals. The specific tactics Patton employed may be outdated, the equipment his forces used is obsolete, and the strategic situation he operated in will never recur exactly. But the principle that excellence in execution matters enormously, that professional competence can achieve extraordinary results, and that preparation enables exploitation of opportunities. These lessons remain valid and ensure that the Avranches Breakthrough continues teaching relevant lessons to each new generation of military officers studying the art and science of warfare. The breakthrough's legacy is less about specific techniques than about the enduring importance of professional excellence in military operations. A lesson as relevant today as in August 1944,